Okay, so watching the stream, thanks so much. Appreciate it. Five,
Cinco!
Five.
Six pack?
six.
That was 10.
Yeah, session 15. I don't know if six pack really caught on yet. No,
Still working it in there.
We
Still
threw it out there. I
Still-
don't think there's any bites. We may have to change bait, see what happens. I don't know.
Well, we haven't been back to the Zealous Flagon since I sung the ballad, you know? Like, it could. We may have a fan or two.
What do you think Nereus is doing last session? Undermining six pack.
Yeah, there you go. So what we did last session was quite simple in a way. We just went on the investigation for these missing people. Well, we started with obviously the latest and kind of the only one that was told that there was like an active scene that they had yet to kind of clean up and not kind of make normal, right? One of the things that the Lord had mentioned, also Wrangler had mentioned, was that they wanted to keep kind of a cover over things and not cause too much stir in the populace of Othema, given that there's already kind of this disjoint between commoner and noble. So Randall Gurn, this lesser noble, was the house had been boarded up, right? It had not been essentially kind of cleaned and moved and things. But one of the ones that mentioned from Newman was that there was just nothing. There's no evidence. But when you all got there was. It just was evidence that they could not find, right? They didn't have the methods or the means to do so. And for your mind, it'd be like, wow, that's kind of odd. I mean, come on, I detect magic or a level of arcane knowledge would be able to find this. But one of the things that struck was that the Lord did not actually have a magistrate with arcane. Like there has not been someone sat at court, right? So there's a limited ability to do that. One of the characters that encountered Ares upstairs coming out of the bathroom was Guildmaster Marvin of the Rubicon, and that was someone that gave you some of that information, and also kind of went into a name mentioned, Gular Berlu. That was the previous magistrate, someone with arcane prowess, and they actually kind of became a little bit of like a turncoat, right? They had these ideologies, these ideals that were far off, and they particularly pertained to the Martians. And so what they were in search of was still unknown, right? Now, Randall Gurn, the house had been magically enchanted, so there was a couple things happening, right? So you had things that were allusioned to evidence that was really covered up quite quickly. Then you had a second floor that was mirrored in an enchantment or an illusion as well. Then you had someone attempting to cover it up. So there was a magic stack, right? You had someone trying to find what it was that Randall Gurn was hiding. And then you had Randall Gurn attempting to hide it. Then you had the cover up, right? So all that kind of stuff. So what you found in this metallic safe, your Guildmaster Marvin made absolute quick work of this tumbler, was 3 items in particular. The 3 items that you found was obviously this small chest with 400 platinum. You found Randall Gurn's journal, which kind of pertained kind of routine court with the Lord Bountiful lore. And lately, in the last 3 weeks or so, there was visits with Fremar at the Commoners Guild for furnishings and other sorts of accommodations. The 3rd item, the last, was a black stick or a piece of a branch, this black kind of ashen bark. And it was rather plain. There wasn't much to it, but upon detecting magic, you had necromancy coming from it. So there was a magical item from there. Now, taking this and then communicating to you all, especially with Marvin there, how much you wanted to tell Ranglar. Marvin had given you the advice that it's best to stay away as eyes are upon, right? So Marvin hinted that they operate in the shadows with this whole thing. Why Marvin is involved is purely because the Rudikar function on the betterment of the commoner, and they tailor to espionage and attempting to bring things to light, right, from the shadows. So Marvin mentioned that Wranglar could have individuals, maybe whoever did this too, is eyes are upon them, right? Not that Wranglar is a distrusted character, or someone that shouldn't be spoken with or trusted. It's that the conversations that are had with Wranglar might not be kept secret for long because of the eyes and certain things, right? So that was a really solid piece of advice that Mark gave. And then left you all to kind of figure out what you wanted to do next. It gave you a method to signal Marvin or the Rudikar, right? If you needed to talk with them, speak with them. And you all began to head to the Sentry Cathedral. Now, I will mention, just as a reminder, Marvin was going to attempt to get Carespa Ilyar, the actual kind of crypt keeper, the grave keeper, to the Mountainside Tavern tonight. So just an FYI to that. But no, if you don't remember that. Because you wanted to ask questions and talk and things. So coming to the Sentry Cathedral, right, you had a conversation with Valria, and Valria, through the conversation, was spirited. I think there's insight rolls being made. The information that they were giving you was truthful, seemed honest. But they were apprehensive a little bit, right? Should I be telling you this or should I not? That kind of was what our insights gave us. But regardless of that, they gave you that, and then you made your way to the actual sundial. And upon going there and then having them begin to inspect this piece to see if it related as something that came from the Sentry, a clipping of the Sentry, as you kept referencing that, you were brought, two of you, to a domain. You were brought to some place, and the voice and this avatar of Pelor erupted and began to talk, speak. But soon, it hit you with this radiant light, these two figures, and then instructed you to go to her. Pelor sensed what was happening. And as you got there, this corruption was overtaking Valria. A voice emanated out of them, dark and demented, being struck in by the two figures imbued with Pelor's light. It seemed to retract and pull away whatever manifestation, corruption that was. The sticks still laying nearby them. They're currently proned out, unconscious state, but they seem like they're breathing, right? Medicine-wise, they look to be okay, good shape. And the veins and these things that were signifying that corruption and the voice has diminished. Any questions on that? That's a lot. We're going to start.
How stable does she look right now?
given the cure wounds and the other things that were pumped in, the actual corruption just passively with your medicine, you're able to see that the corruption has retracted. They're currently breathing. They don't have any lacerations per se that are quite. They don't have any lacerations that are quite like bleeding profusely. Like there's some that might be like seeping, right? Because that was one thing that was happening with corruption. It was kind of lacerating the skin a little bit. But nothing that comes to you with passive medicine that will be that this individual is dying.
And we moved the stick away last time, right? Tardan picked it up.
The stick was not in her hand. It was just laying alongside. But they were not clenching.
Oh, I thought it was like grasp. I thought it was in her open hand off to the side. Okay, got it. But she's not touching it.
The hand was fully extended, and the stick
Okay.
was alongside of it, as if they've already let go of it. Right.
Okay.
And that was still happening. That effect was still happening.
I think we
does
should.
have the stick though.
Yes.
I think we should go tell. I think we should go tell the paladins that this happened. I don't want to. I don't want to try and stage this to make it look like we didn't do anything. I will find no solace in the fact that you might be technically correct. If we don't do anything now, if we continue to do nothing, we are harming her almost as much as the tree bark did.
I agree, and it also seems that whatever's going on with her is above our level of knowledge and potential skill. Maybe somebody else here can help.
That would be amazing. I wasn't counting on that. She seems to be the person to go to for help.
Go ahead.
I just wanted to tell. I wanted to alert them that she's in this condition, just in case her condition worsens, and also to, ease my conscience that we did everything we could.
Well, from my glance, it looks like everything's kind of recited, if I'm not mistaken. You two are much closer. You guys can tell me. But we also don't know who we can trust still. And if we tell somebody, hey, she was identifying a corrupted tree branch, and that someone isn't somebody that we can trust, and they tell whoever's after said tree branch, we're next on that list, and we won't even know who's coming for us.
So maybe we don't tell them. We just say that we came back from the sundial, and this is how we found her. I think it's more important to help her.
Is this happening while we're healing her, this conversation?
I'm assuming that, yes, while you're maybe kneeling down and you're using your passive medicine and figuring things out. I'm taking this all in real time.
Okay. So as soon as I can tell that she's not like literally dying, I push past Ares. I go out the door and I find somebody immediately. I'm not really listening to the conversation. I go out the door.
Okay.
Ares kind of stumbles out the door, pushed.
I haul
Numerous-
ass to random guy.
Yeah.
I'm like, Marie's unconscious in her quarters. We need help.
Looks towards you. This human with blue eyes, kind of a stubble in the face, slightly older. Currently has a surcoat as well as a cape made of blue, and then has the symbols of towards the dedication, not per se a Falor, which is kind of that purplish and silver, but now you're kind of seeing more of colorations towards that of the sun tree, which are these blue, gold, white accents, and the symbol of Balor across the actual chest. They wear a piece, what appears to be breastplate, shields, and maces on the back. They're currently just having a conversation, fully armored, and they're also exchanging materials from small satchels. Looking towards you, Where?
Her quarters. Let's go. She needs help. We stabilized her. She's unconscious. We don't know.
Kind of pushing past. The other one begins to yell out. The other one's one kind of darts in, rounding upstairs, and then two more begin to follow. And then the actual priest, we can theater mind it, right? So I won't move all these tokens for no reason, but the three kind of clerics there that are inside of this kind of training area, right? This underneath area, they begin to head in the direction of that room, kind of running. You notice that the priest upon the actual altar kind of looks and grabs the tome and the book, turns around, giving orders and instructions, potentially maybe someone that is a little bit of higher up in the ranking as far as the religion's concerned. Head priestess and things, right? So it's not necessarily head, but still has some sort of seniority. Is kind of yelling out instructions, and they begin to fan out, going into their kind of quarters and things, and almost grabbing other individuals and whatnot. And then grabs the tome, begins to run in with the actual clerics. So these four figures begin to pile into the room. As they do, they see the clerics actually taking charge and mentioning that this individual's name is referred to as Javen, which is that kind of wearing similar vestments to the other priests and the other priestess, but this is similar to that of Elria, that there's a few more accents, and there's actually kind of a piece or a mantle that goes over with two silk pieces that go down with gold and silver, and they wrap around, forming a triangle towards the back, kind of holding with the rest of the white and the gold vestments that they have. Now carrying the tome, goes over to the body, throws the tome open as the clerics begin to do inspections and begin to take checks, right, for medicine and attempting to see about what they can do. As soon as the tome is open, begins to flip through pages. Holding up the hand, the eyes begin to glow with white and goldish light. They're attempting to almost cure maybe disease or lesser restoration. These level of spells that you're seeing, greater restoration even. So they're just going through essentially a number of different things of spell casting. Upon doing that, you see Valria is still unconscious. He's yet to actually awake. And they begin to grab her and begin to take her to the sundial.
Want to follow.
Mm-hmm.
So they grab her, lay her down onto the sundial. And upon doing that, the clerics each kind of take their hand, and they kind of hit their hand into the sundial on the ground as they begin to use almost similar to a commune spell. So they're taking their magic, attempts to commune with Pelor and imbuing that into the sundial as well. And you see James almost just looking through the book and cycling through pages of the tome, and then closes the book and slowly turns around, coming off the staircase, looks towards you all. This human is slightly younger. I would probably say roughly like 27, 28 years of age. This human also has a little bit of maybe elvish features as well, so maybe half-elf, but it's difficult to tell. They have kind of this brownish, slightly blonde, wavy hair that kind of comes through the actual the hood that they currently have on. And that hair flows down to the ears and then comes back around and then comes kind of to. So it's almost like coming out and then going back in. Their eyes are kind of a greenish yellow. Like I said, they just look at you, having the tome closed, as you see Valria dial begins to glow and has this light to it, almost like this white, similar in fashion to when you were on the dial, and then that kind of invoked. You see the body kind of begin to trickle this like white light as it becomes brighter and brighter from the flesh of Valria. Javen looks to you all. What happened?
Arden!
We went in there to the sundial to commune with Pelor, and she went back to her room to wait for us. And upon returning to the room, this is how we found her.
It's not something I have seen. This level of corruption. Sense it, feel it from the very flesh. Not for the good graces of Palor's light. Believe it, she would be living. At least not herself.
She'll be alright.
She will have to be rejected to Palor's domain for a considerable time. There's always hope. Do you know anything else? Anything at all?
Other than when we were communing with Palor, they sensed that there was an issue. They warned us. That's how we knew to rush to her. Like since something was happening.
Palor intervened through you.
Well, and then I point to Dougal.
Also you. Such divine interventionists. Very powerful, and clearly it was needed. I do fear that if it required such level of divine might, it's fighting against something that was near as equal.
I think she's in good hands now, or they are in good hands now. I believe we have somewhere else that we have to be. Should we come back and check later?
Yes, you are more than welcome to come back and check later. I have seen you speak with Alria. I've also spoken with her at great length about you all. I've spoke with the Sun Tree. It seems Palor itself. The
I
cathedral will
hope she
be
said
locked.
good things.
Of course. Pardon, I'm lost for words a little bit. Still trying to wonder what could have caused something like this. I'll have to study further. Yes?
Would it be possible for Indigo and Sir Dougal here, who were touched by Palor, to project with her and see if they can get more information from her? Is that, since Palor wanted them to save her, maybe they can commune with her and Palor?
Of course, if you are interested in communing, attempting to be received, Palor is willing. We will go.
We'll look over to Dougal. Kind of see what he's kind of gauging him.
Dougal is he's being he's reticent because you know, he trusts the church implicitly, and maybe not implicitly, but he trusts the church, and not entirely sure. He's not sure. Let me be more specific there, right? He's not sure why we're lying. Or maybe not. Maybe lying is the wrong word. Omitting.
Oh, with the
Right. Yeah, obviously, whatever else you know seems like a clear request to tell the truth, right?
Arden, did
I-
you grab?
Yep, sticks in my sleeve.
Are you doing this in character? You're talking like right in front of Javen. Javen's like really like, he's right in front of you.
I think that was an OOC conversation about the
Okay,
stick. He just wanted
that's
to make sure
OOC,
that-
was
right? All right.
Very,
I was gonna
very,
say,
very
I didn't want
slightly.
to
it
say
was-
a word, but I'm
it
like,
was
oh,
out of
man.
character, and then all of a sudden you start kind of talking like you're in character for a second. I was like, wait a second, like Javen's like right here. All right.
Ear-
You see
earmuffs.
me grab the
Earmuffs.
stick and put it up my sleeve in
Yeah.
the room.
Okay.
I will say. How about this? In character, Dougal says, "You looked at him to see how he's reacting, and he says, honesty is important, don't you think?"
Honesty is important, which is why if we get her side of the story, we know more of the truth.
Well,
Okay.
I'm gonna tell Gavin.
Sorry about the individual's name.
Just Javian, right?
Javen.
Javen. I'm just gonna tell him probably, as far as like to commune with her now, probably not the best time for an interrogation if she's struggling to stay alive. Possibly don't want to interrupt whatever guidance or healing Paylor may be giving her at this time. Can always ask her later.
It's true. You could come back later and ask. Halo is always available.
Ares is looking very uncomfortable at this point, and looking for kind of a way to get out of this whole situation. And once again, brings up the fact that guys, we have a meeting with somebody else who may be able to help in this. With what we've been asked to do by the Lord, maybe we should go to that meeting. And you can tell, kind of fidgeting with his words, fidgeting with his hands, just not very. Is not going to necessarily lie, but is trying to get out of the situation.
I agree. I think it's time that we take our leave and let them do what they do best.
Let's not forget the friendly guy Nereus that we brought in here with us too. Okay.
Oh, he didn't come in. He's hanging out by the tree.
That's
I'm gonna go ahead and head upstairs.
Okay.
No one else has any other suggestions? I'm out.
Okay. So as you have finished this conversation, you notice many of the different individuals, these initiates, right, or they begin to come out of the hallways to the north and south, so those corridors there, coming out from their rooms, right, kind of mentioning that the individuals kind of ran away into those spaces, essentially to garnish the individuals. They're kind of looking and on and kind of trying to puzzled, maybe confusion, right? They're trying to figure out what exactly is going on. And this is when Javen kind of slowly comes out and shuts the door here, just kind of embraces the group and begins to kind of talk with them about particularly what had transpired, that there was something that had occurred to Valria, in that Paylor is healing them, and time will tell, right? And so similar things, right, that you overheard, that Javen had kind of explained to you all. So that you're overhearing now that they're kind of almost like reiterating a different. So you begin to pass upstairs, and upon coming upstairs, you're taking that one staircase there that kind of spirals up. Is everyone going upstairs?
Yes,
Ares is.
Okay.
I am.
Okay. Sounds like everyone is going upstairs here. All right. So upon coming upstairs here, you notice that there is a numerous amounts of individuals, these paladins that are coming kind of funneling into the space. The door appears to be now barred by a wooden beam that they've splintered over. The clerics kind of plot, and they're kind of coming into the space, holding out their weapons and almost like looking around. And many of them are funneling around the sentry and just kind of staring and looking in space. You notice the one particular cleric that actually had been sent over by the front end and kind of communicating to them all, just kind of instructing a little bit, just vocalizing what had transpired. And these paladins are using maybe divine sense. It's unclear, right? So they're kind of maybe probing around for potential threats. So they're using these divine abilities that they have to kind of stretch around, searching for anything that would be unholy. You pass by. They don't really give too much thought to you as you come up. They're kind of looking at you in the direction and maybe just staring, right? Looking at you. But their orders are not to necessarily interrogate you or stop you by any means. They're here to protect the sun tree and any threat to it. And so they are none the wiser, so to speak. To pose you all as a threat. Their divine sense is they're going to reach their hands around or not sensing you out as a threat. So they're going to continue going about their business. Seeing you all come upstairs, that cleric kind of makes way to the door and lifts up in the beam. So she kind of helped by the two guard there, kind of opens the door and side steps over. You notice
He's definitely out.
there is over 4 dozen guard now that have come to the actual front area of the actual cathedral here. They're kind of fanning out, positioning themselves, smoking pipes, and kind of maybe just talking amongst themselves, eating some rations, if you will. And as soon as you all step out of space, they shut the door and they lock it. They throw the actual wooden beam to bar it, kind of block off that space. Canopies within the actual district here are still abundant, right? You see many of these dwarven refugees are still there. There's just few clerics and paladins helping out because they've come from that space, right? Those guards, they've come from that space and funneled into the cathedral.
Well, that was fruitful.
I think this next engagement might be a little better for us than how that turned out.
Who are we meeting and where? I say in character.
That isn't over, I don't think. That's not done. We're going back.
Well, we're 100% going back because we need to know what she found out about the stick. But I do agree getting into the crypts is the next bet. Because if this did that to her, imagine what more of this could do to the sun tree.
Is it out of character real quick? Is it Crispa? That's what I have written down in my note as the crypt
Crespa?
keeper. Crespa? Crespa.
Spa Ilyar.
Yeah, thank you. I can't read my own writing sometimes.
Nereus, you don't know identify yet, do you? Or have the ability to identify with magic?
I am able to identify things I deem worthy.
Through magical means or through studying it?
There's no difference for me.
A teeny tiny bit of difference. I'm gonna kind of find somewhere semi-secluded and hold out the stick and look at Nereus. Can you identify this?
It appears to be a branch.
Hate fish. Hate fish? Hate fish? Through those magical means that we were talking about, could you potentially use them here?
If you want my advice, we should go to the Library of Light. Studying is always the best course of action. Well, at least when you're incompetent.
Are you doing this in front of the rest of the group, or just you two off to the side?
No, in front of the rest of the group.
Ares will chime up, and Tarden, stop. We don't know if it's responsible or not, but the last person you gave this to that tried to identify it now in a lot of trouble on the sundial in the temple.
Well, that's why I was going to hold it and let him identify it.
I do have a question. I voiced it when we arrived, but as most of you recall, Ares, sorry you weren't on this lovely excursion. Do you remember the followers of Palor trying to kill us?
That would be why we didn't tell them about the fact that this did that.
Perhaps the Sun Tree is not something that should be saved. Maybe it should be destroyed. Not by us, but it might not be a force of, I suppose, good, as you would call it.
OOC, is the time correct right there? Is it still about 12:30? Are we still pretty early in the day?
I'd probably say we'll go an hour, maybe after here. I'm giving time based when you arrive left. We can call it maybe an hour. Just moving time a little bit faster.
I don't think having anybody hold that stick while it's being identified is a good move, Tarden. I don't think any of us can potentially overcome based on what we were told what that stick potentially.
There is one more option. And Ares, maybe you'll agree to this, as it may be amendable. The House of Erebos is here. There should be multiple capable magic users among them. I would assume they would have the ability to identify this safely.
I don't think you understand. It's just not the right thing to do to give this to somebody to identify when we understand that it could have caused what happened downstairs.
It is
Why
likely
it caused that?
cursed in some way.
Well, that's true too.
I say we go to the library, and then once it gets dark, we head to the crypt, because if we're looking for trouble after dark in a crypt, sounds perfect.
I agree to the library then. I'm gonna shove the stick back up my sleeve.
You can shove it somewhere else if you'd like.
You've already
Oh,
got one there.
man.
I can't shove another one up there.
That was not an invitation.
Oh, it sounded like one. Since you already have a stick up there, I assumed you just wanted an extra one.
We don't have sticks, we have driftwood.
After the library, do you guys want to go straight to the crypt? Or do you want to meet up with the crypt keeper and try to get access? Or are we
Crypt
breaking
keeper.
in? I'd feel better with talking to the crypt keeper to actually get entry.
I agree with the crypt keeper.
And I think our buddy Marvin was arranging that, right? To talk to the crypt keeper at a bar.
He's going to send Crespa to the Mountainside Tavern. He's going to get Crespa into the Mountainside Tavern in the evening. So 7, 8 o'clock.
Yep.
Oh, so no one will be guarding it then.
It is locked. Our initial
Does
thought
have
was
the
to
key.
potentially take the key off of him. I don't know. Can any of you guys definitely pick a lock like Marvin did? He was
Thought we
pretty
were
good.
Going to talk to him.
What if he's in on it?
From my point of view, a character like that's probably in on everything.
Or maybe nothing given his job.
Wait, which character are we talking about? We're talking about Crespa or we're talking about Marvin?
I thought we were talking
Marvin,
about.
man.
Yes.
Oh, I thought we were talking about Crespa. Okay, my bad.
I thought we were talking about Crespa. That's why I was like, what do you mean in
Oh,
on
no.
everything? He's literally a crypt keeper. What is the dude
No.
that deals with the undead in on?
That's what I
Chris-
was thinking too.
Crisp was just Chris. We need to go there and give him drink or something, and then
And get him to open the crypt for us, yeah.
yeah, and if
If
push.
you want his keys, I can keep him busy.
Oh, and have you miss whatever fun maybe down in the crypt? There's no way.
He just needs to be busy for a second.
Or maybe we'll learn something at the library that will change the entire plan.
I'm anticipating that
So
you're heading
true.
there while you're talking.
Yes.
Because it's not far at all. I mean, you're getting a couple blocks.
We're standing in earshot of all the paladins while we're having this
Yeah.
conversation.
Yeah.
I'm just waving
So-
around the necromantic fucking wand
So with
thing
the
here in
bad
my hand.
stick,
Yeah.
breaking into the crypt.
Perfect. That's what I
Actually
like
hit a
to-
couple of the paladins
That's
with
what
it,
I like
you know.
to hear. Okay.
Sorry.
So the Library of Light. So as you kind of come a couple blocks, maybe north side of the actual cathedral, it's massive and large. It's sort of backed, right, in a way, up to the cathedral, right? And there's a reason why. It is a large single-story library fit into a solid stone structure and a domed mosaic glazed skylight. A double wooden face kind of towards the Suntree courtyard and invites with a grand 10-foot staircase, right? So that double wooden door kind of goes out to the courtyard, which you're able to see, right? Kind of coming a couple blocks as far as distance-wise from the cathedral. The large mosaic glazed and metal-etched windows tower to 15 feet, showcasing the impressive 35-foot apex of the domed ceiling of the structure. The structure is oval in its nature. On the actual doors themselves are intricate, kind of embodiment to the metallic, the raw iron from the handles upwards to the actual reinforcement of the door. There's planters outside, a couple different snow bushes and things, and actually things are growing green as well, flowers and stuff. As I mentioned here, right, the environment is different, right? So you have warmer temperatures, and that's allowing these flowers to grow and stay bloomed year round. There's individuals smoking pipes, scholarly-looking folks have a couple books on their actual hips here, maybe a couple in the satchel, a backpack. There's also adventurers, common folk, just kind of going in and out. The doors are swinging open, these large doors, coming back and forth. And they're roughly about 11 to 12 feet in their height. They're large and heavy. You see them disappear inside. You proceeded?
Who's going to be talking?
You're not
don't wanna
supposed to
speak for
talk
the
in a
group?
You're not supposed
Yeah.
to talk in a library, Narius.
I thought you're supposed to stay quiet. Yeah.
I don't think they're just going to let us have access to anything if we don't talk to someone.
Say we're friends with Valria and
Who is going to be talking?
I mean,
Ares.
I'll answer your question with a whoa, stop the whole timeout. I mean, who's the smartest one in the group? It sure isn't me.
I vote you.
I second the vote on Ares.
Nice.
Oh boy.
All in favor?
Nay.
Nice.
Everyone else at the party? Yeah.
I assume a flanking position behind Ares and await his entry into the library.
I feel like this is some kind of new guy hazing going on, and I don't appreciate it too much.
If it
Give
makes
a pat
you
on the
feel
shoulder.
better, Ares, I don't think Tardan can read.
I'll have you know I went to school.
I mean, your assumption there is that I can read.
At
He
least we're
probably
good at
can't
other
read, actually.
things.
Now that I think about it.
And your second fault with this is if we're coming in here to research what we have, I am probably just going to straight up tell them what we have. I am not a good liar. They'll see right through it. I am probably not the person you want leading this discussion. But if you guys still want to haze me, by all means, let's go try. the group still want me to lead? I'll look at Indigo.
I give him a pat on the shoulder
Yeah.
and say
I
and
mean-
say a little bit of honesty may be exactly what we need.
Then, what do we have? As far as we know, it's a branch of the Sun Tree.
We don't know what
Right,
we have.
which we just
We
saw
have
incinerated downstairs.
Yeah,
The truth
but
That
we-
we now.
the
Go ahead,
truth
I'm
is
sorry,
we don't
Indigo.
know. The truth is we don't know what we have. We think we know what we have, but we actually
boy.
don't know what we have. And
If
it's
you s-
like honest.
if you say something like that, yeah, that will come across that you don't know what you have.
Yeah.
It's,
And so
it's
we're here to
idiotic, but
we're here to research stories about
the old magistrate
the staff of Ashtar and things like that, because I was swept away by when Valera was talking about it, and we'd like to know anything about those legends and necrotic sun tree energy and anything pertaining to that, because we are history buffs.
This is
you
not
just
going to go
asked
well.
this man to lie.
This
Ares,
is not
if
going to
you're-
go well.
Ares, if you're not comfortable doing it, I think Nereus should do it.
See, I think Nereus knows where we should be looking and what we should be looking for. I think he is the one that should be doing this. And he's also the one that probably looks like the smartest one in the group, to be quite honest.
Aries, that's
Nereus.
so kind, but I don't just look it.
Oh, see right there. He just said he's the smartest one in the group. I vote Nereus.
I also vote Nereus.
I look at Tardan.
I give you a disappointed frown as well. I was hoping somebody else would learn how to lie in this group.
I mean, Tard, maybe if you and I work on it, I can take some of the... Well, it's not really a burden, but I guess take some of the burden off your shoulders from being the liar in the group.
You know, when you call me the liar, that just makes it seem like everything I say is a lie. That's not always true.
Yeah. Caught yourself.
What if we
Look,
called you? What if we just called you the least honest?
Pardon the liar, member
that-
of the Six Pack.
We don't have to. We don't have to go all the way to liar. We can just say
Tardan the dishonest.
least
Member of Six Pack.
frequently honest.
I'll give Ares another pat on the shoulder and be like, next time. Then I'll give a nod to Nereus.
Lead the way, Nereus.
All right, if that's the case, he is going to cast Enhance Ability on himself as we're heading in.
Okay. So,
For Eagle Splendor.
Eagles Splendor.
As we're walking in, though, I want to walk next to Ares and ask him what kind of a facade and what kind of a, like, character. Like, we have to have false identities, probably. So, what do you think we should come up with? What's your name? As we're walking in, just to, like, gauge him.
you know my name is Ares.
I don't know. I'm talking about if they ask, like, you're Phil from, Harak, and you were a miner, and you fell, broke your leg, but you came here to find a new leg, or, just, who are you, really?
You're asking me to lie.
No. I'm asking you if somebody said, hey, if you could come up with a make-believe story, who would you be? At least the name.
Okay, so like a make believe name. So
Just a name. A nickname.
so I'll go with Eris.
I love it.
I think that works, right? Eris.
Perfect. I give him a big, like, bro grab on the shoulder and just drag him in, like, this is going to be awesome, man.
Oh,
You
man.
are going to get us killed.
This is all really new to me. I get really nervous when I lie or make things up. It just doesn't never gone well in any training I've ever received. Tell the truth. That's the best way to do it.
We're going in?
Hmm.
All right.
There he is leading.
So, coming in, upon entry through the grand 12-foot tall, double wooden and wrought iron intricate metal reinforced doors, a vast chamber embraces you. It is about 140 feet from west to east and 80 feet from north to south. Entering from the western side, you quickly note there are two other smaller entrances, north and east. A common area, large and takes up most of the space. It sits in the center, and it is surrounded with a mixture of tables and chairs. They are plush and embroidered in silk and cotton with gold and white accents. There is a void of couches or lounge chairs and fireplaces. There's no need particularly for that. And so the space instead is used just for the vastness of seating areas to be made more common for essentially individuals to come in, pull books down from the shelves, and place them. There are robed figures to that of Palor priests, these initiates that you actually have seen. And they move about gathering texts from vacant tables that are left. So people that are pulling books down, looking at them, or perhaps even fetch for them, they're just leaving them on the table. So they're going in and about. They also have instruments and satchels, potentially to clean the books. So they're actually taking time to dust them and preserve them, make sure that no oils are particularly left on the volumes. Stone shelving spirals around on every wall because it's an oval, right? So it's the entire oval space. And it works the way up to nearly 20 feet. Ladders attached to the floor slide in grooves embedded into the stone tiling to reach the upper volumes. Signs engraved into the stonework above certain shelving signifies their nomenclature. The actual just kind of scanning and perception, there is a void here of arcane texts. There is religion. There is a segment purely on Pelor, the largest, since it kind of goes in. There's subsections that give note to specific rites, steps. Then you have history, Pelor history, religion history, especially that pertaining to Arthuria. And that goes into the almost the bureaucracy or the organization of the actual religion, right? What is a head priestess in Realm? Is that like an archdiocese? Is it like a bishop? Like, how does that relate as far as the kind of the scope of the entire seniority thing? Then you have kind of other deities, like other gods and goddesses. There's kind of a section there. Then you have a generic history section. So it's very diverse. There is a lot of text, there's a lot of articles, but there is a void of arcane, and there's very limited natural. So things about natural magic. It's just not something that's here, or even just natural, maybe things about the world. There is geography and geology and things, in that realm, but there's less of the actual magic behind it, and maybe just like maps and areas and things, what things are. The windows that I described from the outside, they kind of divide the actual sections of where the nomenclature is. And those could be really used as almost a visual representation as the lights coming in of what section would be what. The light that's provided by them, as well as the massive skylight supported by a metal framework above, creates this large kind of almost like a reflection of light from the outside and harnesses it down into the central chamber, into the center area. So there's little spots of light that are kind of smashing down, and the shelving around is quite dark. But the actual area where people are reading, they can actually do so unassisted without candles or lanterns, because there's that much natural light coming into the space. There are a few pillars, and they're actually metal beams that are protruding upwards. Many of them seem to be quite stable and as well as thin, noting that the elaborate design architecture of this place is not only new, but it is quite advanced. There is a single stone staircase, and that descends slightly off-center to the entry at the west side, suggesting that there is an underdwelling for private collections and scholarly training for these Palor initiates as they're kind of heading down and up. And it spirals, kind of disappearing underneath the floor with a railing that goes around it to protect from kind of going over the stone railing. So you're in the space. There are individuals in here, as far as individuals that you can kind of count, just looking around. It's quite quiet, right? And so you're having time to just kind of maybe take just looking. There is over about 6 dozen actual individuals in here, and that is not counting the actual Palor initiates that are mucking about. Out of them all, one of them catches your eye. This is caught by 3 of you, Tardan, Ares, and Indigo. This particular figure seems to be wearing a very regal silk kind of robe, as well as a tunic that sits over top of it, made by a blackish kind of silver leather. They have bronze accents upon the wrist like guards, and they also have shoulder pads and symbol of Temeria. This eagle with crest down sits on the actual shoulder pads. The colorations of the robe itself are green, blue, and gold. To only one of you would know who this particular character is, based on your backstory. This would be Tardan. Tardan, this character is known as Atia Basva Cresil. This is a House Eberros lesser second magistrate. So this would be somebody that you would see at court, potentially with the actual carriage or the House Eberros that have come here to speak to Lord Thalvalor. He's currently sitting down upon a table, has 2 large books, 2 volumes that are leather bound. It's difficult to tell, about 60 to 70 feet away from you inside of the common area. And they have servants. So they're noticing there's also individuals that are maybe initiates themselves, or potentially, they're actually students, right, in the actual college university, and they're working with the actual Atia here. And they're kind of working into historical texts and pulling out books. And they're in the generic historical section.
Is
Nobody's-
anybody, like coming up to us like, can I help you? Or is it
No.
just.
It's very similar to that same vibe that you got from the Suntree Cathedral, that people just go in and the books are collected and people read them and then they just leave them there. And people make requests, right? You see individuals coming up to the actual Palor initiates and requesting books for them to attempt to find, and sometimes they're a little bit difficult and they kind of shake their heads and they kind of go downstairs and they disappear underneath. But it's definitely not something that people just like walk up to you and attempt to talk to you and ask you what you need. If you know what you're doing here, then you're free to move about your own business.
I just
Alright,
want to.
Oh, go ahead.
No, I was going to say, I was actually going to look to you and just be like, Nereus, that was the smoothest entry I've ever experienced.
He's gonna walk up to one of the initiates.
Okay. Walking up to one of the initiates, this one seems to be a female, as well as a half elf. Kind of has this auburn, slightly brownish, kind of wavy hair coming through. The actual hood is currently down, and they have a kind of a monocle-looking thing as they're looking at one of the books. The closest table to you is just kind of make way, and they immediately see you and kind of stand up from their place as they're looking at the book. The satchel's down at the table, wearing the same white and gold vestments of the robes. They look towards you, very chipper. These slightly green, auburn, yellowish eyes, and a fair complexion, as well as fierce features. Can I help you?
Yes, light be with you. I am Nereus, High Enchanter of the late Wizard's Keep, and well, those 4 back there, it's quite a tragic story, really. We had a bit of an outreach program for wannabe wizards, and it's not going well. Needless to say, we've made a pilgrimage here to see the wonderful Suntree, and I have to say it does not live up to the hype. It is quite sad to see what is happening to it, but I have faith in Palor himself that things will turn around. The purpose of our visit is I am doing a bit of research into Gwynferin, the Sun Elven Wizard, a wizard of old. I'm sure you've heard of him. And basically, I want to find out what his relationship with Palor was, as he was a Temerian himself, and I believe truly blessed by the Sun. We need any books and relics about the artifacts of Halor, as well as their significance to the Sun Tree, on Valera's behalf. We're doing a bit of work for her as well. A wizard's work is never done, and, well, I hope you can assist us with that.
Just like stares at you, just completely wide. That's okay. So,
Or if you'd like to point me in the direction of the restricted section for those books, I can get them myself.
Yeah, let's. Grabs a satchel, picks it up, throws it over. You're working with Valria, you said?
Yes, we just came from there.
All right. Follow me and towards the 4 others. So sorry you have to deal with them.
Tell me about it.
Looks towards you 4. Follow us. Thank you. Goes downstairs with Nereus.
I'm going to, as we're walking, get close to Indigo and say, "Is this where I say Eris? Or are we using real names for this?"
Just go with the fake name if it comes up.
If
Got it.
do you 3 mind if I catch up with you in a minute? Dougal, Ares,
Who
Indigo.
are you not asking? Nereus.
Nereus is already with the other person downstairs, so
I'm not going to lie. I don't think it's a good time for any of us to be alone.
Actually have a couple of research topics myself that I'd like to pursue if that's maybe we'll meet. Let's meet back at the entrance at 2 or 3 hours.
yeah, reconvene at 3:00, 3:30.
Are we all researching what we're thinking that we need to research, or are we researching like,
I think for Dougal, it's probably the old magistrate. If I had to guess, you guys are more than welcome to help Nereus research what I think you're thinking you need to research. I am gonna go talk to those people, and I'm just gonna kind of like point to the Temerians.
Oh. I see. The high class sticks together.
It's more,
No.
why is the high class here this far from Tamaria?
Look, I may not know who they are, as you seem to, maybe, but I know how the high class work.
We're not all bad people.
You're right. I just don't know you well enough yet to know if you're one of the bad or one of the good.
Well then, mind your business, and until you have a reason to not trust me.
Oh, I 100% have reasons not to trust you.
You have reasons to not trust the words that come out of my mouth, but my actions have spoken louder than my words, I do believe.
Yeah, you lie at will. Yeah.
That's fair, accurate. Look, do you guys have an issue with me going to talk to them or not?
look,
Absolutely not.
If you get in trouble and you need backup, remember what we talked about, and I'm there. Okay?
If I get in trouble with these people, we're dead.
You may be dead. I could run fast.
Fair.
I'm offering help. Remember what I told you. If you ever need me, you know what to say. And I'm gonna walk away very quickly before he asks a question.
I will follow Nereus.
Dougal, if you're staying up here, you know, I'll keep an eye on you. But if not, you're welcome to join the others.
I'm just gonna grab another. What do we call them? Apprentices,
Initiate.
research associates, initiates,
Grad students.
gophers. And say, I'm looking for everything you have on Gular Burlu.
Looks towards you. This dwarf, very young for a dwarf, and has kind of a rough beard that's been braided into 3 down with these golden circlets. These kind of blackish, almost green eyes, clean shaven, and a head that have some tattoos about. They're also quite plump and stout. The figure. Look at you. What was the name?
Gular Burlu.
You're interested in that name. Well,
Anything written by him? Anything written about him? Anything written for him? Anything requested by him? You keep records like that?
Well, it's not a name that I've heard too much. It's been spoken once or twice, and I have seen it. There was an entire restricted vault dedicated to that name. It's been replaced. All the text.
With what?
Sorry, the Lord Paladins, they came in and they've removed all of those.
When?
A long time ago. It's a year. Back, it's gotta be well over 10 years now. Longer than that.
Were they destroyed?
Oh, I'm a scholarly pursuits. Burning books is not my forte. I'd imagine to be taken to the keep. It's the only place safer than here.
Okay. New name.
Oh, yes.
Grugash.
Oh, gosh, yes, that's, it is a name that I have heard, yes. My third cousin, quite older than I am, his father is named Dumley Gorbelly, down in Fort Farron. It's mentioned that coming up here, speaking with Lord Doubtful tends to come in here a couple times. Mentioned, yeah. Apparently, it's some black dragon. I have no books though on that name, not here.
Last try.
I thought I was good with that one. That's fine.
I'm looking for. How about the? Is there a? Are there any texts that record or hypothesize, rather, maybe, about the anatomy of the sun tree?
Oh, I mean, yes. There's a great many individuals that attempted to, especially in the Sular Kingdom at the time. Many individuals, conquest and vengeance powers, they long to understand the reasons and guidance the Sun Tree was giving them. They spent much time attempting to really understand the anatomy of the tree and what made it so, I can give you many of their accounts. I have over 3 dozen.
Okay, let's see if we can't narrow that down a little bit. How about anybody interested in exposing the tree or its flesh to decay or corruption or necrotic energies? Is there corruption? Are there any texts that explore possible corruption, a possible corruption of the tree's flesh?
No, the only ones that are the purely hypothesis. But the restricted section, one of the vaults, goes into the time of the Crusades between those who worship Pelor and those who fought alongside Bane. Speak staff and attempting corruption of the tree.
Can you get me a copy, or am I allowed to
Oh.
get it myself?
Oh, well, if you're wanting to get into the vaults, I have to accompany with you, and you'll have to read it in there. Can't take the books out of the vaults.
Okay, lead the way.
Oh, all right. Here we go. Satchel throws it over. Oop, grabs a giant loaf of bread, a wheel of cheese. Go on, look. Gets to walk down, going to the same staircase some of the rest of your party have gone down. All right, so we're gonna get the rest of the party coming down. Obviously, go through the descriptions of the staircase. It descends 12 to 8. It goes kind of a 12-foot downwards, and then has a 8-foot ceiling height. So you're not too far underneath the actual structure itself. However, sconces with torches, unlit or lit, right? So they're currently lit, and they advance every 15 feet before reaching a small chamber to the east. So you're kind of rounding down underneath the structure, and they're continuing down a very tight kind of corridor into underneath. You're noticing that the stone brick here is quite nice. It looks to be well put. There's also metal reinforcements, so actually it has almost similar to like a rebar would be. It's almost kind of paneled in through some of the actual grooves of the stone, supporting the actual structure and how heavy it could be over time. As you come into this small chamber, it's described as small given the space that's above, but actually it's quite large in that it's roughly about 45 to 50 feet in its kind of west-east radius. There are metallic vault doors, and they align and count to a numerous value, roughly 12, 15 is what you give or take, on the various walls of this chamber, forming the similar shape of an oval as that above. There is another less secure and made of stone door, and that sits on the southern nearby the western corner. So you're actually coming in, you can see it kind of off to your right-hand side here. That room, that door is currently open. Inside, you can see that it fits into a small lecture or a study hall that's actually staggered downwards into the earth further. And it forms numerous amounts of rows down, roughly 14 to 15 of those. And there's actually kind of tables and chairs into those rows for seating of initiates. There's not currently any lecture happening of current, so the actual space is completely void, but there are a few dials in there that are unglowing, unlit, similar to dials that you actually stood on, actually in that space as well. There's reagents and other sorts of kind of wares that you would use for spellcasting, like spellcasting components. Those are on shelving units. There's also potions, like glass vials and certain things in there as well that you're just getting a peek, right? Just going to be a quick scan. And then the back wall, there is a kind of similar to like a chalkboard, if you will, something to mark and make notes of, as well as kind of a desk, right? So very much standardized, putting towards the lecture hall you might be used to. And they're kind of replicating that here in that space. Now, above the actual metallic vault doors, they have signs that are engraved into the stone on the right sides of them. And the writing is going to signify their nomenclature and classified contents. In this space, there are kind of carts, like pulley things, so they have books in here. There are initiates that are currently sitting on tables that are a little bit L-shaped, and they have many different drawers and things in them. And then there's these kind of orbish looking devices, and they have inscriptions of celestial upon them. And then, courtesy of Nereus and perhaps you, there's some sort of magical aura being given off from them. And you're noticing that the dust particles are kind of subdued. So the movement of the air is like nullified. And they're currently working to preserve text. So they're working through things and cleaning and doing stuff similar to upstairs, but now they're almost like in a very non-crowded, protected environment. And they're kind of working through as they go. Now, the vault doors are completely shut. They are very similar to a standardized vault door that they require some sort of key to be put in, unlocking, and then a wheel that actually can be turned, kind of unlatching. The key itself seems to be quite large, given the keyhole on the left side of the actual vault itself. Now, right, we have two splits here. So, given what you have requested, this half elf here, Nereus, you said you were looking for the one thing that they caught on to was Quinferin, Wizards of Old. And one of the connections that you mentioned was, right, kind of from Temeria, and then you said Paylor, and you're talking quite fast. You're getting an idea that they heard some information that you were giving off of, and they begin to take you to a metal vault on the northeastern side, and the actual writing that's etched in is not common. It seems to be draconic, and it is loosely translated. And I say it's loosely translated even though you don't speak draconic, and it literally states dragons. That's like it. That's how you could tell, even though you don't speak the language, right? Going from draconic right to dragons is something super similar, and you're able to kind of mentally get that with your intelligence. Taking a large key from a ring from the actual satchel, puts it into and then turns it, and then begins to kind of unlock the space. Upon doing that, begins to pull it out. Now, the actual vault door itself is about 4.5 to 5 feet in its width, and then is about 7 feet in its height. And it kind of forms a semi-arch over the top end of it, and comes down, squared off towards the ends. And so it begins to kind of pull it out, right, as it unlocks. The actual seal of the door, metal reinforced, has numerous actual bolts that kind of making that latch point into the side. And then in the space are these kind of round circular chamber here, and they have tables that are these long rectangle tables, these plush, nice silk cotton embroidered benches to these rectangular tables. And then they have little kind of globes, and these are very similar to the daylight spell. So there's actually light that's given off, your magical light, not daylight, but just magical light given off of these orbs. And they're kind of held into sconces at the bottom, almost like you would for a ring, right? Holding a gem or something into a ring. Now the shelving in here is stone, right? It's just carved in to create shelving, and you have 4 to 5 shelves extending upwards to the 8-foot ceiling height. There's a couple little stands, platforms that you might be able to kind of move this wooden platform. You can kind of grab and set it down like a step ladder and get to some higher volumes. The space in here does not have that many books, right? It has more shelving than it does books. And the articles themselves are organized in a way that seems quite odd to you, in that they're put in chronologically, and then they're separated out by potential kingdom, or like kind of separate out from kingdom or continent, right? Whatever designation for rule of that land, they segment them out and then they put them into chronological order. Beyond that, there's no other organization to them, and many of them are not written in a language that you can understand. So you have Draconic, you have Gnomish, so there's a diverse amount of languages here. This half elf immediately comes in, a lantern out of the satchel, puts it down, and grabs one of the orbs and puts it in, and begins to kind of refract like further outwards, giving more magical light, and then sits it down at the center of the table, puts the satchel down, pushes out one of the benches and just sits down, pulls out a small piece of paper, ink pen, ink, begins to grab other sorts of scrolls and things, setting them down. And then getting into the space now. Right, the vault door still open. One of the initiates actually comes over and kind of looks. And then they kind of slowly kind of close the vault, but not lock it. So the vault door is still unlocked, pushed open, but it's now closed, and you're kind of in the space alone. She looks to grab something.
I don't wish to question your organizational methods, but my apprentices, as I said, if we can call them that, are lacking. They're not going to be able to read these languages. I also, it seems as if this is dragons. We need stuff on the holy relics of Palor, places of power, artifacts, that sort of thing. I'm sorry
Well,
if that was not clear.
You mentioned Quinferin. The articles that we have on that subject, they really relate to dragons that we have here. Something that I hope to show you as far as power as well. Something that, not necessarily a relic of Palor, but it is something that is related to Quinferin and is an artifact and something that has been searched for. If this is not, we can go somewhere else. There are numerous other vaults.
You've seen them. What do you have in common?
What'd you say?
What do you have in the common language? That's, I fear, all that they'll be able to read, and even that is a stretch.
Moves off, begins to thumb through. It takes several, you're waiting there minutes, right? Kind of going through the volumes and looking and stretching, and the bit kind of pulls out a book. Sets it down to the table. From there, this leather-bound book seems to be roughly 90 pages its length. It has embroidery of red, then gold, and there is a symbol of the actual Wizard's Keep that is on it. That symbol itself kind of sits at the center, and it's really well weathered. So the actual book itself seems to be weathered down and kind of old. And it's not a first copy. This seems to be something that's been copied over upon looking at it as they're opening it, funneling through. It's common. And it's the best kind of account, if you will. And it goes into, from just looking at the book now set down in front of you, this book is specific to something called the Staff of the Beholder. It is something that is an object that this artifact was created by Quinferin. And it begins to describe that there was a great fight that occurred within the labyrinth of the Wizard's Keep. This was over 1,000 years ago. That was a fight of these beholders, these eye monsters. It was led by two elder beholders, Balrugar and Xanathar. In this fight, Quinferin slain, was killed, and that piece was arranged by one of the wizards of old named Magello. In exchange, something was offered to Balrugar, another gift for this piece.
All right, Indigo, you read this one. Write down any big words and I'll help you.
I take the book.
Okay. She goes off, begins to grab another book.
Go ahead.
I'm grabbing another book. She begins to pull it down. This one here is an account of the Battle of the Winged Fires. Figured it might help you. This particular account calls that there was a particular temple that was dedicated to those that worshipped the Black Hand. They worshipped Bane, called themselves the Black Hand, and it says that this temple could not be found after this event. It's long been speculated that there was numerous amounts of artifacts that was stolen. Those little sit that down in front of you.
Well, Ares, I hope you can read this one.
Go look at say it's Eris. Take the book.
He doesn't even know how to pronounce his own name.
That was the only 2 volumes from here. If you want to look at those, and when you're done, we can move on to other accounts.
This will be good practice for them. Thank you. But yes, we would love to learn about all the artifacts and relics of Palor and places of power and that sort of thing. I'm trying to enrich their education as the arcane is not taking very well. I hope the divine might spark some more.
After you finish with those, we can move on to some more generic things. There is something that the very founder of Kingdom of Arthuria, Sir Thurn Talthar, the first Talthar, actually came to Arthuria and was in search of a relic to Pelor. Never really found it. There was a collection of articles that were wrote by the first people. They actually explain that they had this artifact upon their arrival, long before Sir Thurn. It's not been found. No one has been able to discover where it is. Go to that next. But for now, you can take your time with those, and I'll just be here. Can't leave you in here alone.
Given my present company, theoretical discussions are impossible. You seem quite versed in things. Tell me, if the Sun Tree hypothetically were poisoned or destroyed, what would happen, in your opinion?
There would be no light that could project. It would be a troubling time. You can only imagine that the connection to Pelor would be reduced. The Sun Tree is, for my studies and looking at it and feeling its warmth, it's like some sort of Pelor's divine light. It's destroyed or corrupted or moved. It'd be a tragedy.
I wonder if what did you call it? The Black Hand? Or
Yes, the Black Hand, they are servants to Bane.
wonder if they have a similar well of their own.
It's possible. The deities, they move to gain worshippers and
those that increase their influence. Bane did so by promising the first people after the Battle of the Winged Fires grew to unmeasurable influence by those that were trapped on the desert side. That influence only garnished the deity more power, influence, increased it. Threshold of its touch upon this prime material world.
Well, perhaps we'll make a pilgrimage to the Crystal Desert to show them true suffering.
Well, I don't believe the Black Hand's there anymore. After the Crusades, most of their temples were destroyed and they were abandoned. Left to wander. If there's any left. Likely hidden, shrouded away. The light just can't get to them.
Well, we're going to be here for a while. I'm sorry they read quite slow.
It's okay, things to do. Pulls out from the satchel. Grabs a couple books from in there and starts cleaning them.
Alright. So, start with that's 2 books.
If you're watching this stream, it's academic time.
This is not what Nereus wanted at all. This initiate is the worst.
You ask Quinn Fair and you're going to find out in just a second here.
He didn't ask about Quitferret, he mentioned him because he was trying to make his story more credible.
And you ask for things of great power.
Yeah, because now we have garbage books that we're forcing the B team to read.
At least a solid B plus. Okay.
Solid B plus. Okay. So we'll come upstairs then. Take a break from the book thing. So unfortunately, we'll pause that. So we'll come upstairs here. So Tardan, are you just waltzing up to Basfa here?
First, I'm gonna obviously cast Prestidigitation on myself and just clean myself up of any dirt or anything and make myself more presentable. I'm also going to, out of my bag and out of the disguise kit, just kind of take off a cloak, just to try to seem as if I, was still living that type of lifestyle before I go up there. But then, yeah, I'm gonna, in Tartan fashion, just walk over, and try to get Atia's attention.
Okay.
So I'm just gonna approach the table. Atia, is that you? What are you doing all the way up here from Tamaria?
So her title is Atia. Her first name is Basfa.
Oh, got it. That makes more sense.
Here, I'll copy it in the chat if I didn't put it in there already. That's what the name is. So Atia means second magistrate in Elvish.
Got it. Okay, so I just know that it is a second magistrate. I don't know which one it is.
You would know Atia stands for second magistrate. You know that this individual is Basfa Crystal.
Got it. Basfa, what are you doing up here from Tamaria?
Slowly turns and eyes and looks at you.
Do I know you?
Probably not. I was pretty easy to forget when I was at the academy. You might know my parents, the Salangils. They run the magic shop, the Emporium down there. In-house Erebos.
It's the hand over you for sit down on the other side of the table.
I go and sit down across from them.
I'd imagine that you came all the way from Mary, from Elion.
I did, in a very, very roundabout way.
Then why would son, magic merchant, come to the holy city of Othema.
Let me tell you, it was not by choice. That's something I'm hoping that you can kind of shed some light on with all the great knowledge of the academy behind you. Have you ever heard of, obviously you've probably heard of Magello, but the Chosen Ones? Or any prophecy that Magello may be involved in?
Chosen ones. It's the prophecy of an idiot. Who would prophesize something so simple to restore order amidst the chaos? How vague and insignificantly stupid.
So that's all there is to this prophecy?
That is merely how it is wrote. And that how it is in the years of time, dating back tens of thousands of years. It is the same, over and over.
Interesting.
Now, as far as this Magello is concerned, I do not know how they relate. But I do know that Magello is the head magistrate to King Reldor Telthar himself.
Well, as someone from Tamaria, do you think him trustworthy?
No. I don't think any Telthar is trustworthy. He aligns themselves as such.
Well, that begs the question, what is an entourage from Tamaria and let alone House Erebos doing all the way up here? Meeting with the Lord.
Perhaps that's something you can ask Lord Downfalor yourself.
I intend to. If you ever find yourself back in the Emporium, if you could just tell my parents I say hello, and hopefully I'll be back one day. It is quite a travel and quite a trek to make it back. You wouldn't happen... I know that this is such low-level magic for you. You wouldn't happen to be able to spare a scroll of identification, could you?
Are you being serious right now?
It was never... Identification and divination magic was never my strong suit. But yes, I am being serious, and I'm sure that my parents wouldn't mind picking up the tab and offering you a discount when you get back to
I
Mario.
have no need for gold or your parents' money. Thank you, though. May I ask why you need such a specific scroll?
That I cannot discuss here. That's
No.
about all the information I can give you.
Are you on some
Too many-
sort of intricate covert quest?
Us young ones usually think we are, do we not? That's part of setting out on our own and trying to make a name for ourselves. Young, dumb, and stupid, right? That's the name of the game at this age.
No, it's not. So you didn't get very far at the academy?
My talents, while magically aligned, were not intellectually aligned.
Well, if you did, you would be able to write your own scroll of identification.
Yeah.
Why don't you do me the favor? See how far you've gone. I do have 1 second.
It's to pull from a briefcase underneath the table papers, embroidered with gold flake accents, ink pen, quill, then pulls out their own spellbook, slams it down. The spellbook itself is 700 pages, unfurls it. Spell.
Are you asking me to transcribe it myself from your spellbook?
Someone, even with a year or two at the academy, should be able to do something like this.
This is to the rest of these servants, Satya,
All capable of doing. Your quest is as foolhardy and secretive as you are alluding to, then I have no business being a part of it. And you can simply copy it down yourself.
It's not something I'd be able to do without being a wizard, would it?
No, you can actually. Anybody can make a spell scroll.
I
in
can?
that game. Yeah.
Okay.
Haven't you seen the
Sweet.
Crafting Guide 3.1?
I was looking at it the other day because I was curious what I could do with this dragon scale, but I did not look at spell scrolls.
So to make scrolls, you need calligraphy, cartographer, or painter's tools. And you can use Dex, Wisdom, Intelligence, or Charisma to be able to do it. There's a check, though. Spell identification, as far as its check is concerned. I believe it is a first level divination. So you
Yes.
have a DC 7.
Easy. Easy DC.
And the
Then
reagents
yeah.
are in front of you.
Sweet. Then yeah, I will go ahead and attempt to copy it.
All right. So I need you to make a flat Dex, Wisdom, Intelligence, or Charisma check.
Gonna make a charisma check and pray that Heavenly Jesus.
You're taking your time with it, working through. You're not proficient. So you can't work through these tools because you're not proficient. So it's taking you longer. But you kind of move through and you embody that and come through as far as your training previously, or maybe even the experiences of your life that you've gone through, and you're just kind of taking your time. Sees that's what's just looking. It's what your work is doing, and it's the hands. After 10, 12 minutes pass by, after you kind of go through, I would be hard pressed to see that would cast, but it seems like it is transcribed.
I appreciate you lending me your spell book, and I hope that you guys have safe travels back to Tamaria, should that be where you're headed next. If not, it was a pleasure seeing one of my own kind so far north in this barren tundra.
That's all.
That is all for now. I'm sure that it's a small city-ish. We may run into each other again, but for now, I appreciate your time and reminding me of home.
Might I add, where are you staying?
I have been staying at the Zealous Flagon, just north of the temple, or of the church.
See. I'll see you around.
I appreciate it, and I will stand up and head towards the stairs that everyone else went down.
Again, the spell scroll. All right. So what you also got as far as they were looking up history, and the history that they were looking up was pertaining specifically to the Black Hand. So they actually were going through material that related to Bane, and it seemed that they were doing so in a general sense. So many of the books that they had were temple, right, location, and they had that open to a specific page they were looking through. And so that stuff seems to be quite common, that they're, it's just kind of almost like accounts. It's geology and geography that's just kind of sitting, and that's kind of what they're generically gathering and just understanding information of that way. So passively with your perception, you're able to kind of catch on. You kept seeing that reference within the books that were set upon the table, as well as the ones that the servants were fetching. All right, so Sir Dougal, your particular dwarf, right, taking you down. This one begins to head into a vault. Let's see my notes here. Okay. Begins to head into a vault, kind of on the opposite side of where the rest of the party had gone in. You're kind of following behind them, right? Because you're maybe a little bit delayed, so you kind of catch them maybe just on the tail end of them actually entering into their vault, their respective vault. This one in particular, the actual language, the actual is written on there, speaks in specific to a study of the Sun Tree. Okay, so the actual written there in common, and it has the celestial translation above, is studies of the Sun Tree. But one thing that was mentioned was that it has been studied numerously in accounts right above. This seems to be more of like text that would be restricted, that they wouldn't necessarily want to have in the common area that is about the Sun Tree and specific to here. So coming in, similar fashion, opening the vault into the space. You have a very similar room design as previously described, the benches and the lighting effect from the orbs and these things. And immediately, this dwarf begins to pull a few books, 3, 4, 5, begins to kind of grab them off and kind of sets them down. And then grabs a lantern, throws an orb in it for light, begins to look through. You have Celestial, you have Common, and you have Dwarvish. One of the books that's in Dwarvish, unfurling it and looking through, begins to actually tell you. And it's specific to an event that had happened to the actual the Sun Tree, right? Because your request was loosely, right, corruption and certain things, right? And so what would happen, right? And so this event going into it, and I'm going to describe it to you very briefly because it's complicated, and I'll do it kind of out of character very loosely. I won't do it from first person here. The event was the burying of the Sun Tree itself. And the Dwarvish account is from not only Clan Alderfist dwarfs, Folnir, but Clan Drawrill of Odinthrall. And their accounts are engineers, they're masons, they're architects, that they were brought by the king of the Sular Kingdom, as well as notable commanders, potentially high officials on court as well. And they were brought to just bury this in combination with an organization or a guild called Ruglark. Describes, this dwarf is known as Regvor, it describes to you that Ruglark were dwarven mages that were focused on the manipulation not only of earth, but also of materials, like transmutating materials. So they were perfect for the job. And Ruglark, this guild was found in all of the dwarven cities that are on Arthuria. And they had direct relation to notable points, other keeps, like the Wizard's Keep, Zoomfear, and Glenlar. These other ones down south. The Ruglark don't exist anymore. It's mentioned that the Ruglark were disbanded, moved, they were kind of absorbed from the Wizard's Keep, which grew much larger, right, encompassed when it was created, and other schools as well, and even one called Felgip, which is on the Isle of the Blessed, which is no longer. Why they buried the Sun Tree, using arcane magic to manipulate the earth, to sink it into the ground. It's because there was the Black Hand that attacked Fort Frostbeard and the outpost that is now Uthema. They laid siege to it, and they were reinforced with goblins, like orcs, goblins, hobgoblins. Also aided by magic users as they laid siege to this. Their intentions, they were fighting against paladins, clerics, soldiers, the Sular Kingdom, and dwarfs. Their intention was to destroy the Sun Tree. They wanted to remove it. This event that I've just described to you is after the Crusades had taken place. It is after the separation of into the two regions, Born and Crystal. And it was a last-ditch effort to attempt to hinder the influence of Palor. Now, the other books that Rigmor pulls out go into more specifics, right? Because that was like the dwarvish account of the process of how they did that. The other books go into the specifics of the people on the ground, humans, right? Where was the Sular? What did they speculate? Who were the magic users, right? Where did they come from? And the information to you is quite redundant in a way. It's very repetitive. There's not really anything coming to any sort of conclusions. It's all over the place. But something that is true is that there are a number of individuals to accounts from this particular event that state that they were attempting to take a piece of the Sun Tree prior to its destruction. They wanted to recover part of it, and then destroy it. And that's why the siege itself had failed. They had the power, many of them stated, these arcane users, especially these mages, that wore these blackish masks over their faces. They were also red dragonborns, many of them. They also wore robes of gold and red. They had the arcane might and the power to lay siege and destroy powerful evocations, naturally. But they didn't. There was a reason that they just did not outright destroy the tree. So for you, that stands out.
Yeah.
The fact that they didn't just throw fireballs or massive evocation spells, or essentially taking trebs or mangonels and just start flinging them over the walls and targeting the tree that was completely out in the open and it encompassed hundreds and hundreds of feet. I mean, you could not miss that target. But they didn't. They wanted to instead get through the walls first. They wanted to have an invasion. They wanted to push through up to the tree. They wanted to get to it. They had to do so in a specific way. They needed to get and recover, which is many people speculate, part of it. And not only get a piece of it and recover it, but get away without being killed themselves. Because there was many different allies that were protecting it. They had magic users themselves. They had the Ruglark. You couldn't just like teleport on. So that was very complicated. There's a lot going on there. But I think that trying to focus it in through the conversation is probably telling you through getting to that. And then the last books bringing it up. So we're going to go to break here because we're going through a whole academic session here. Your mind's probably exploding right now, I imagine. The last bit is that it relates it to the staff of Ashtar. Some that believe that they were successful, and that is what led to the staff. But this attack,
Right, they wanted a cutting of it. They wanted like a piece of it.
exactly. But this attack took place after Crusades. And the staff of Ashtar was proposed to be used during.
They wanted more weapons.
So was it that they wanted more of them? That the single staff of Ashtar just wasn't enough? Food for thought. Anyways, whew, my lips dry. That's a lot of talking. Is there any questions on specifics to that before we go to break? No? All right, cool. Well, if you're joining watching the stream, I hope you enjoyed listening. And we'll be back 10 minutes or so, so we'll come back about 6:50 p.m. PST. So see you then.
Bye, chat.
welcome back! Everyone's super excited. All right, well,
My head still hurts from the first half.
well, it's gonna hurt even more right now. All right. So we'll go through the battle of the battle of the winged fires. What is that? So 1236 a.m. right is when this takes place. So 1236 in Taurus. As far as the timeline is concerned, it's roughly about 2,000 plus years from the current time. Two elder great worms, Askuk and Berithun, were the most dominant dragons on Arthuria for thousands and thousands of years. When primary humanoid races arrived in Arthuria, Askuk sought to protect and help them in this new land. Berithun believed they were parasites, wanting to leech the resources from this continent. Both dragons fought many times in their lives, each causing catastrophic changes to the landscape. Battle of the Winged Fires was the last battle between the two dragons and the most catastrophic. Olara, a temperate and lush region that spans to both western and eastern coastline of Arthuria, sits near the center of the continent and was occupied by humans who descended from the first people. Palor worshippers from Krikos that wanted more religious freedoms and tolerance, and to get away from the arcane. During this battle that lasted weeks, large sandstone mountains raised in between Olara, separating the people who inhabited it. Askuk was defeated, and fragments of his remains were scattered across the region's eastern side, which is now known as the Crystal Desert. It mentions, without Zalrog, Berithun was unchecked. However, Askuk had done much to teach humanoids about their draconic ancestry and harness it to manipulate chaos into arcane magic. Powerful sorcerers emerged to protect civilization against the Red Elder Great Worm. With time, Askuk's spawn, Horan, emerged, but was too weak to challenge Berithun. He chose to navigate in the shadows, influencing the sorcerers and growing their power. These diluted sorcerers became known as the Knights of Bure. Immediately pings to you, Darius. It's Wizard Keep. Right? That is the knights that they elected, their diluted draconic bloodlines. This is where it started. The book goes on to speak about another challenger that made an appearance, known as Tresgal, a blue elder great one, slightly younger than Askuk and Berithun. This dragon chose to sustain, not meddle in the affairs and the battles of these two dragons. He instead stayed in the mountains of Northern Lavstyr and attempted to convince humanoids to serve and do his bidding. Tresgal remained dormant after Askuk had fell, and Berithun reigned supreme. As humanoid civilization grew, he began to work with them, in addition to continue their enslavement. History for Tresgal falls off in this book and does not detail why this dragon is not known today. Over time, the newly formed Sandstone Mountains, now referred to as the main Lavstyr Mountains, created a change in the ecosystems of both western and eastern Olara. The mountains blocked cloud movement and formation on the eastern side, creating the desert, which I refer to as the Crystal Desert. In addition, it forced more rainfall on the western side, thus engorging rivers in Cedric Bay. Humans that were separated grew apart in both religion and society. This separation caused an event called the Crusades. Halo worshippers on the western side and Bane worshippers on the eastern side
those that were plagued by the Crystal Desert needed help. They wanted sustenance. They wanted strength. They grew jealous. These were things that Bane promised to provide them: sustenance, vengeance. It is speculated in this book that the creations of the Lavster Mountains encased and potentially destroyed the main temple of the Black Hand, known as the House of the Black Lord, a place that contained many stolen Halo artifacts as well as Bane artifacts. It has been speculated that the Twin Grail, an artifact that was long sought by Sir Thurn Talthar and brought over by the First People, is stored in the House of the Black. Others speculate it's on the Isle of Palm, where the First People landed from Krykos before they traversed to Arthuria. The other book, which goes into what I mentioned as far as this fight in the labyrinth, the exchange of the Staff of Beholder, Staff Behold, right? The creation of Quinferin, right? That these Eye Monsters Beholders grew angry that Quinferin had experimented on them. It really only to you, the Staff of Behold was given to Xanathar. But that is who is in possession of this staff. But to catch your eye here is the mention of one individual. It was Magello. It is said that during this event, which it took place well over 1,000 years, Magello was an old human. It details Magello as one of the wizards of old. The wizards of old include Magello, Maldrin, Willin, Quinferin, and Ren. Does not go into explain them in great detail here. Only that they all each kind of pertain to specific magics things, and how they got together was purely an attempt to defeat Barry Thune. And in order to defeat Barry Thune, they forged a weapon. This book does not describe that weapon. Again, as I said in break for the stream, like those, all three of these articles that or information segments that I've given you will be typed up, and I will try to bullet them out a little bit, going into more specific information as well, and kind of streamlining it so you don't have massive chunks of things. Sound good? All right. With all that done, Tartan, you head downstairs. Don't see your party members. What are you doing?
Guess I'm gonna turn around and go back upstairs and wait for him.
Okay. So you're waiting for them eventually after a number of hours here pass by, going through these texts, going through these articles. You kind of get them stowed away, right? With the help of these initiates, Regvor, and now get described as Galaswin, which is this half-elf. They help you in assisting you getting the books away, eventually shutting off the vaults, locking them, and then letting you go about your own devices upon being brought upstairs. Tartan, at this point, you see the rest of your party coming up after their most likely glossy-eyed, dark circles, and fatigued. Too much information, my brain. Boss fight has not
You guys
moved.
look like you had fun. Got it.
You go talk to the.
I'm gonna give a nod, and I'm just gonna kind of hold up a scroll. Yep, and I got a thing.
Nice.
just
I
gonna
try, to,
smile.
I try to grab it out of his hand.
Nope. I hold it.
I try to grab it.
Is this gonna be an athletics check?
I need you to make a sleight of hand check, and I need you to make a dexterity saving throw. Sleight of hand from Indigo, dexterity saving throw.
God, I rolled like crap. You rolled worse.
Guard, you pull back. And Indigo, you catch nothing.
Nice. You're learning. Then I walk out.
I like this new version of Indigo. He's all supportive.
See, you managed to get something from your highborn friends. I'll just follow Indigo.
We headed?
Well, that was a colossal waste of time.
I have some good
Alright.
news. I think we have to waste more time until 8 o'clock tonight. So we go to the Zealous Flagon so you can have another bath, Nereus.
I'm sorry that regular personal hygiene is so offensive to you, Tardan.
The bath was actually kind of nice.
So is that our OOC? Is that our plan then? Go back to the inns and chillax until 8 o'clock when we meet at the tavern?
I mean, I'm not sure there's anything else to do at this point.
I mean, yeah. Talk to the Gravekeep. That's the idea.
We all know if we go to the tavern too early, we're all going to get drunk. Learned that the other day. So,
I mean, makes it more fun.
DM, can I have a short rest? I mean, I'm assuming I can have one at some point.
Reading and studying? Yeah, I mean, that's definitely short rest.
Okay.
I mean, honestly, it depends how much work Darius is putting to you to, like, look through these books, which are massive.
Oh,
Definitely 30 minutes of that. I was just.
I'm just
kinda
picturing
chilling.
I'm just picturing in my head Darius had like some sort of like stick and was just like walking
If
around
it was
the
actually
table.
information he wanted to glean, none of this was what he cared about. He already knew most of this information. It's just like, what? That initiate is fired. I hope we don't see him in a dark alley.
You could have looked at the other vaults, like the names of them, and then
He
tried
tried to get out, and he's like, "Oh no, here." It's like, ugh.
You could say, "Hey, this is let's go to a different vault. This isn't
He
working."
cut him off and tried. The door's closing. It's just like, all right.
It wasn't locked. I just said it was pushed shut.
Yeah, I mean, it's fine. We're never going back there. It's fine.
I think you're already annoyed at that point. So I think you just wanted to get out.
He just wanted the information that he wanted. He should have known better.
I also, out of character, I'm trying to understand, in the thought process of them, I think that they gave you that information from how quickly you spoke. Quinferin, Palo artifacts. I mean, they definitely did both of those. Obviously not the one of them, but not the other. Which is the Twins' Grail.
Yeah, but
So, there is no
Said 0 out of 5 stars.
There's no appeasing Darius.
Hey,
You know what
he
I
was
should have
very
done?
pleasant to that man.
I should have opened up the vault immediately. Open, and sitting on this beautiful pedestal right there was a mystical, magical staff. Just, oh, this is our finest artifact of Palor yet. The staff of forbidden light.
We keep it in the
mean,
library.
That
See?
would have made it really interesting. I don't know why that would have been there, but it would have been like, all right.
What makes you think it's
roll
not there?
initiative?
Yeah, roll initiative. I'm taking it. All right, so where are we headed? We're heading back to the Zellslagen,
Yeah, man.
I guess.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Oh, do you guys stay at the Zollsflagen now? Can you afford it with Indigo's? Because only Nereus was staying at the Zollsflagen.
No, Tartan was
Well,
too.
I think
I
Tartan did
think-
too.
I do not stay at the Zealous Flagon.
No, but you can come enjoy a fine lunch, so we don't separate again.
I can
Well,
watch.
A 70 gold charcuterie board.
I can watch you guys eat.
Okay.
Is there a hot dog stand along the way?
Sarah hot dogs.
Are we in New York? I mean, there's probably food. I mean, you're passing by all those canopies with refugee dwarfs. I'm sure there's pots of food and other sorts of food. And
Aren't
laid
there's
out
like Palor
produce.
pita pockets that you can buy on the street corners?
You know what? There's Palor crest shaped elephant ears. I mean, come on.
I mean, should we not go to the Mountainside Tavern and just wait there? Since that's where we're
No,
meeting the
because you
guy.
guys are gonna get drunk.
Look, Tardan can't go from irresponsible college kid to group
Yeah.
dad.
Yeah.
Okay?
To,
Thanks,
to
Dad.
helicopter mom.
Yeah, you can.
You're not my real
Tartan-
father. Fuck
Tartan just
you.
got reminded of structure and life
And-
as a wizard and all
And
this other
Tardan
fun
is
stuff.
going to drink with us anyway.
Nope, Tardan's not drinking today.
Yeah, okay. Okay. I'm just tossing it out there because I was looking back in notes. If that's where we're meeting the guy, should we go there instead?
We have
So-
5 hours.
Yeah, we have 5 hours.
Nereus is just gonna go up to his room.
That and to get Nereus happy, let Nereus go have a bath.
Can't afford anything here.
The party can afford it for you. Don't worry.
Sorry, we're rich.
We also just got an extra 4,000 gold or 400 platinum pieces.
As soon as
Are
you
we
come
still
into the
pooling
tavern,
gold?
the tavern is hustle and bustle. There's individuals. Obviously, your table is not really accompanied. There's one server making away, and then there's Andrew, which you've just spoken with before. It's currently serving and running around. Seems to be a bit dazed as well. Notices you all come in, looks around for the server, kind of shakes the head, and makes his way around the bar counter, and is almost jogging, kind of running out, right, towards you. What? It's all of you. Yes. Welcome back to the Zellslag. Is there anything that you need?
Do you have a value menu? A lunch special by chance?
A gold piece menu.
No.
What's the cheapest thing you have on the menu?
The cheapest thing I have on the menu is water. It's free.
I will take a tall glass of water, please.
Okay. Is anybody paying coin here at the table?
I'll point to Tardan and said he has the bill.
Listen, I have to be quick. I haven't seen Master
Could you
Talos.
just get us a food plate? Wait, you said Master Towers is missing?
I has to come in. I mean, it's gone this morning. I haven't seen them. So you want what?
Where is? Do you know where Master Towers is staying?
God, the champagne.
Just a random question. Do you happen to know where he's staying? Where his abode is?
I have no idea where Master Talos lives. Not a
okay.
very personal friend to them. Sorry.
All right, then nothing for now.
Nothing at all.
I don't think we'll be here very long.
Well, if you're not paying, why are you here?
We're staying in rooms upstairs. What do you want us to do?
You're not. None of you are.
I mean, the fish guy is. He's with us.
Turns looks. I don't see nothing like that.
He went upstairs already. He's
How do I know?
bad.
How do I know that
Kinda
person's even with you?
You've
Look,
seen us
have you-
all together multiple times.
How? They could just be some sort of hired hand. Maybe they are the master and you are all the servants.
Now I am the master.
Listen, I'm gonna get you your water. You can occupy the table, but if I get more clientele in here, they need the table, I'm moving you. Is that understood?
That's fine. It
All
sounds
right.
like we won't be here very long anyway.
I'm back. Red's back. Goes to the kitchen.
So, no Master Towers, didn't he say that he runs this joint pretty strict? The first time we were in here? Isn't that something Indigo talked to him about? Am I nuts? Or was that the
I
other
was-
one?
I wasn't here.
I remember Duel and me ordering food, and as soon as we found out how much it was, I had to make a Constitution saving throw for myself, and then I stayed somewhere else.
I mean, the other place we stayed was pretty nice, though.
I will sit here for as long as allowed and continue to ask for more water.
Wow.
Tardan, what's good here?
It doesn't sound like we get to stay for very long.
Well, who'd you piss off this time?
I mean, he just said Master Towers is. Look,
I don't know who
There's
this
one
guy
thing
is.
he's the owner of the bar, I think.
Here you go.
Thank you.
I'm sorry.
Can we
I
get
ask
like
you
a food
question?
plate?
What? What?
Okay, so he wants to order a food plate. Does
Food plate.
Talos? Yeah, sure. I think it's like a charcuterie board or something.
Oh yes, I'm remembering.
Yeah.
Now.
Yeah, and then Master Talos. I wasn't here before. Does he own this place? Is that why you're so concerned about him?
Master Talrus Vero owns this establishment and hires us, yes, as well as the numerous cooks, and is here very early in the morning, just all day, leaves late at night, and rinse and repeat. And yes, Master Talrus has not come back. I'm getting quite concerned. And most likely, we're going to be very short-staffed.
I mean, I'm sorry. Go ahead. Hell of a water. I'm sorry. I didn't ask for the rest of the information about it. I just asked if you owned the place or not. Thank you. Go get our charcuterie board.
Is that an attitude?
All right, look, is there anyone here that may know where he lives and we can go check on him for you and put your mind at ease? Maybe he's just sick. Anyone at all. Like anyone that he's friends with here.
I'll get that charcuterie board for you.
Hey, Indigo. I was trying to be like Nereus. Did it work?
Man, look, you are winning all day, sir. All day. You're my
You
new
see
favorite
Ares,
person.
Kind of like pump his fist like, hell yeah.
Mr. Moneybags over here with the food plate.
I mean, he
We
did
just made
find
4,000 gold.
Yeah.
What are you talking about as I dead-eye you while dipping my big-ass water down my gullet?
The 400 platinum pieces.
That is not yours, Tardan.
I mean, it's probability speaking, okay?
I mean, I'm a pretty good guy here, and I will have to say that sometimes possession is 9/10 of the law. At least where I'm from.
And the guy that owned it is probably dead. He doesn't need it anymore.
Probably. If you
Yeah, I'm
prove
just
he's
playing the
dead,
statistics.
if you prove he's dead, then I understand. Then we just have to go through the hassle of finding his next of kin, distributing that wealth to them, and then go through all the proper channels and everything. You know?
Nah, finder's fee. It's all ours.
I mean, hold on, that's a good point, though, Indigo. Like, what if he has a will that says where this gold's supposed to go?
I'm just
this
saying,
platinum.
it's his whole life savings, and he just wanted his wife and his daughter to be safe, and he
Did you
died.
see
and
that house? That was not his life savings.
Andrew
Actually
comes
did.
back, platter, metallic, slaps it down, drops onto the smoked meats,
cheeses, crackers, accoutrement, you name it, on the platter. It's out small little dishes to each of you. That'll be 3 gold.
I two-hand fist all of this food as quickly as possible. You shouldn't be spending so much money on this food, Tardan, and I'm killing it.
You said 3 gold?
Yes.
3 gold.
3 gold.
Indigo, or did you get enough to eat last night? Are you okay over there?
Who's paying?
I
I'm gonna-
hand him 3 gold.
I'm going to point to Tardan.
And by hand him 3 gold, I mean I reach under the table and grab the bag of holding from Indigo and take out the 3 gold. Because all the money's in the bag of holding. Yeah, how's that feel, Indigo? I reached under the... Never mind.
You can. 3 of your gold, you can do whatever you want to with it. It's
Hey.
fine.
You know, since you don't want to claim the 4,000 gold, that just means I get your portion of the 4,000 gold, right?
Do you need it?
Huh?
Do you need my portion of
No.
the gold?
I just
Okay.
meant of, the guy that died, you know?
We don't know he's dead, Tardan.
Oh,
What the
he's 100% dead. If that stick did what it did to Valria, he dead.
I mean, I hate to side with Tardan, but I do probably think that guy's dead.
If he's dead from the stick, who put it in his safe, Tardan?
No. There's 2 different deaths from the stick. There's Valeria dead from the stick. And then there's I had the stick and somebody wanted to kill me to get the stick dead. And I
Well,
think
yeah, we
he's the
did-
latter of the 2.
We saw enough blood there. I can reasonably assume he's dead.
Hold on, you guys saw blood?
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
So downstairs in the kitchen, there was some blood. Just a
Oh.
little bit of blood.
I went from about 90% he's dead to about 99.9% he's dead now, knowing that.
You don't know it was his blood.
It was his house.
That's a very good point.
We have
His
to.
family had moved here with him.
That's why we're keeping that separate. If we find out more information, we talk about it then. If later on he's dead, he hasn't have anybody okay. That's fine. We'll split it amongst the whoever's close enough to hear, like 3 or 4 of us, whatever. Oh man, we split it equally. We split all
Oh,
of it
man.
equally. You guys have a certain thing about gold, and that's I feel like I'm the only one here that feels differently about gold.
I think you just come from a different cut of cloth.
Man,
don't
thank
like-
God he said we'll split it because I thought he was going to say we'll give it all away to, like, the dwarfs that are refugees or something
No,
like
that's
that.
just his portion.
No, that's what I'll do with my portion.
Oh,
But you guys
hey,
can do whatever you want.
hey, Indigo.
Yes.
I know these guys are short-staffed, but what do you say to spending 50 of your gold to feed the dwarves outside? Some very nice, fancy smoked meat that they've probably never had.
50 of my gold to feed dwarves outside. There were dwarves outside?
The
Like that
refugees.
looked hungry? You're
At
talking about the
the,
ones
church.
outside. Yeah, man, that's kind of like massive food bank type stuff. It's not like a let's hand carry some smoked beef over there to them and give them a sandwich. Like, God.
So 500 of your gold then?
The sad part is, Darden, I would do that, and I don't think you would.
I mean, I would do that. I just don't
Would-
have 500
would you?
gold left.
Would? How much money you got left?
Let's see. I spent 1,000 for that. 50 for my portion of the bag. Puts me right around 400 ish.
If I'm allowed to, I will continue talking with Tardan about gold for the next 3 hours to move this along.
So as this is going on, I will kind of turn around to Sir Dougal and say, I'm sorry, we seem to be quite rude here. Do you eat any of the stuff on the charcuterie board?
Absolutely. Yes.
Okay, so you're not like a vegetarian.
I mean, I would prefer some nice roasted root vegetables, but yeah, I'm gonna eat what. Yeah,
We're
if you
looking
just
like
bought
romaine
50
lettuce.
gold.
3 gold. It was 3 gold.
Yeah, I'm confused. You guys said this place was expensive. This seems like a pretty good spread for 3 gold.
See,
We could
keep cut
stay-
from us.
We could stay for a month at the inn across the street for 3 gold.
Well, I'm not talking about staying here, but this food. I mean, this is great.
Again, you guys can have all the luxuries you want. It's
I
up
just
to
wanted
you.
to-
Off the board.
I just wanted to make sure that our only noble, Sir Dougal here. Oh, I'm sorry, I forgot about the Highborn guy over here. Is adequately taken care of with food. He's been pretty quiet since we left the library.
I'm pretty satisfied in terms of food. I'm not sure that I need much more than what we already have. Do you think? You think that because of my nobility, I have a fragile palate?
Oh, no. Fragile. Maybe specific is a better word. Specific.
I can handle. I think I can handle most things.
Well, I know one thing's for sure. You can definitely handle your liquor. Proved that the other night when we were in the drinking contest, so I know that to be true. Speaking of drinking,
No.
Yeah.
you want to have one?
No.
Absolutely.
You're paying this time?
Me?
You are Indigo. I'm out of money.
I think Tarden should pay.
Hey,
Didn't we just go over this whole thing? Tartan's almost broke.
works. I mean, Tarden said he just found 400 platinum or 4,000 gold here that is his. So I think Tarden can afford a round of drinks for us.
Oh, actually, Indigo, I did my math wrong. I forgot that I also put 177 of my own gold in the bag. So really, I have about 550.
Oh, there you go. See, he can afford a round of drinks, Sir Dougal. What do you think?
I mean, Sir Dougal's portion of the money is like 1,500. So if anyone can afford anything, it's Sir Dougal.
I believe that's true. I still think you should pay.
Yeah, that's not happening. I paid for the charcuterie board. You guys can pay for your own alcohol.
Oh, Tarden, don't pretend you're not going to have a drink with us.
Oh, I am not drinking.
Tarden.
Indigo is teaching me a very valuable lesson right now, and you guys are interrupting him. Okay? He's trying to teach me the value of gold, which means I'm not going to spend any more gold on stupid alcohol.
Do you ever think that maybe
Insight check.
I'm trying to... Oop. For who?
Tarden. He's not going to spend any more gold on alcohol.
Right now.
You going to roll anything?
I mean, I'm not trying to lie to you. I'm not
Oh.
going to buy gold or buy alcohol today.
But is he lying to himself?
Roll
From the upstairs
insight.
room, Nereus.
Roll inside, Ares. 19. You're feeling the body language that's being given by Tardan is very relaxed, forthcoming, loose. The eyes calling memories, looking into yours. Nothing really describing to you that they are lying. There's a slight twitch on the left hand, one of the pinky fingers, and the word of alcohol.
Hey, Sir Dougal, I'm not going to lie to you here. We actually might have a quitter on our hands in the group here. Tarden may not actually drink with us. Which doesn't
Oh,
mean
really?
he still can't buy our drinks, though.
While you're having this conversation, the tavern door opens. Wind outside. Character begins to walk in. This character is someone that you have seen before, Tard. So somebody maybe passive that just kind of walks on by and
Oh,
goes
God
right up
damn
to the
it.
bar.
Oh,
Hey,
there
Drew!
goes the no alcohol thing.
Begins to pour some sort of ale. Begins to drink it, looking around. Turns and looks at you.
I will wave.
Can I wave over the waitress, if you will?
Andrew.
Yes, please. No,
Garçon.
no, not driver. I don't want driver. I want the
There's a
person that'll bring us.
There's a server walking around.
Yes, I just wave them down, please. Ma'am,
Or-
ma'am,
or
can,
did.
can you please bring us 1, 2, 3. Can you bring us 12 pints of ale? Four for each of my 3 friends here, and a plate of roasted vegetables, please.
Ooh.
Wow.
If you can send Christoph over if he's not busy.
That sounds
Thanks.
great. Who is that for?
All right. 12 ale?
12 gold.
Roasted vegetables?
Yes.
And you want... Looks over.
Christoph?
He does
that
something.
one?
He
Over
likes
there?
his hair. I don't know.
Yeah, that
All
one.
right. All right. Let me 2 gold, 4 silver, please.
Boop.
Thank you. I'll be right back.
Guys, who's Christoph?
Whispers into the ear. Begins running over. Sits down. Oh,
Oh,
hi. Hey. Fancy seeing you here.
Yeah, I figured you'd still be in the drift somewhere. It's pretty nice seeing you up here. Hey, I got a question for you.
Hey, what's up?
The owner of this establishment, you wouldn't happen to know where he stays, would you?
Who runs this place?
Anyone else that's good with names?
I'm just drinking my water, dead-eyeing you right now.
Why are you dead-eyeing me?
I'm
I'm
just
still-
taking in what is Tartan right now.
and I'm still trying to figure out who this guy is and what the hell's going on.
Oh, Christoph, I apologize. These are my friends. This is Indigo, and I'm pointing to the guy drinking the water.
Oh, hey, how's it going?
He's new age spiritual mumbo jumbo. He doesn't drink alcohol.
Wow, you got some strong hands there.
Thank you. See that, Tartan? Manners on this guy. I like him already.
Yeah. And Reach goes over to you, Aries and Sir Dougal. Similar fashion, kind of goes through the handshake, a little bit of a greeting. Shakes it.
This is Aries, and this is Sir Dougal. So now that everyone knows each other, I guess there's going to be some alcohol brought over in a little bit.
All right, sounds good.
Yeah, it's all on Tartan tonight, by the way. Drink as much as you want.
Oh, wow.
Hey, no, it is not. It is not. I do owe you, though, for that amazing... We're just going to keep that between ourselves. We'll have some more of that later. Anyway. Yeah, I think Andrew, it said he started with a T. Really bad with names. Met a lot of people since we got here a couple days ago.
I haven't really been here that long, as far as the city's concerned, anyways. So yeah, I don't know. I only come in here when I'm trying to get a little bit away. You know, work at the Commerce Guild. I drink and eat really at the Mount St. Tavern, and sometimes person's just gotta let the wings fly. You know what I'm saying?
Like with the girl behind the bar.
Maybe. I don't know. Let's see. Looking around the crowd, sipping the ale.
So what I know you said you gotta let the wings fly, but what brings you up here? This feels like a expensive place to come hang out.
Oh, it is expensive. It is expensive. But you stick to the ale. Seems like it's cheap enough, eh? I make enough coin anyways, and let's just say there are some fine ladies that want to be educated in the ways of Pelor.
You wouldn't be defiling these poor young women of their innocence, would you?
No, 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 no. I just simply go over. I ask a few questions, introduce myself. Part of the Commoners Guild, someone with great influential and aspirations to this fine holy city. And I speak about Pelor a couple different ways, and well, you know what? Good looks, can't fault them.
Aries, have you ever been with a woman? I know that you've mentioned war, so I don't know if that, allowed you much time with the women. Maybe Kristoff here could teach you a thing or two.
Maybe.
Or about
Maybe
that,
not.
you're good looking yourself.
How do you two know each other? What's the story here, Kristoff?
Oh, it's as simple as I was in the Mountside Tavern and met this fine fellow and had a drink and, well, got to know each other quite a bit. Well, not quite a bit, but a little bit.
We may do some work for him in the near future when we head down to Fort Farron if he needs anything ran down.
That'd be cool.
2 birds, 1 stone.
Oh, yeah.
Hmm.
Server comes back, begins to hand out the 12 ales, roast vegetables served in a silverish kind of bowl with a spoon, a couple of different serving plates. There's a charcuterie board as well.
Sir Dougal, why don't you come up to the table with us? There's some stuff here for you.
Yeah, if you insist.
I imagine Sir Dougal was already there at the table.
Oh.
He just
You're just
Yeah,
kind of
he
chilling in the back.
Harris is chilling. Harris has got a new room, you know. We transitioned here.
I think he got kicked out of the kitchen, so he's in the living room now, I guess.
Gone. Yeah.
I'm going to sit up and kind of maneuver 4 beers in front of each of them.
I'm gonna gently slide my beers towards Kristoff. I think this will begin to cover my tab with you for the, at the other tavern.
Oh, wow. No debt. You can drink. It's fine.
I feel like I'm gonna need a clear head later. There's some stuff going on, but it's okay.
What's going on?
I got you covered.
The last time you said that, I felt very used by the time we were done with that, and I don't know why.
You want me to promise you?
No, I just don't want to drink.
So I wasted gold.
No,
told
no,
you because I wasn't gonna drink.
If Tarden doesn't want to drink, Tarden doesn't have to drink. That's all right. But there's a lot of ale here for the rest of us, and how about we make a little, little wager, huh? I got some coin. Looks like you interested in some coin? Yeah.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm interested in coin, but I have no coin to bet, so.
Oh, I'm sorry about that.
You want some
Good.
coin?
You good with that bow you got there?
I'm okay.
You're
Not the best, not the worst. I'm okay.
All right. Well, I'm just gonna suggest if you could always try to find work with the Emberock, their Adventurers Guild. You can earn some coin that way.
Interesting. I'm kind of looking for something to do.
Yeah.
But I think I have a little, or some things to do with this group here first before I go look anywhere else.
All right. Well, hey, no worries. We don't need to flaunt coin or anything. It's cool. I understand. Here, cheers, eh?
I mean, how would you feel about a little bet with the bow?
I bet with the bow. What do you mean?
Yeah, how about a little, I don't know, maybe throw something in the air, see if I can hit it or something.
In here? Oof.
Wherever maybe outside, wherever you'd like to try this.
Nah.
Maybe,
we could-
maybe I relieve a little coin off of you.
I don't know. Tarn's not even drinking.
Tell me about it.
Feel kind of bad.
Majorly disappointed in that.
no peer pressure or anything, but I got all this ale in front of me. I just feel bad you're not sharing it.
I don't want to be. Look, everyone has this opinion of me that I am not a trustworthy fellow, and I said I wasn't going to drink, so I'm just trying not to drink. I'm trying to be honest.
I think he's scared to drink. You want me to be honest with you? After last time, he was out of
It's
the he was out of the drinking contest a little early.
I will have one ale just to make everyone shut up about it, and then we can go to the Mountainside Tavern like we need to in a little bit. If that makes everybody happy.
For all our viewers out there, this is a life lesson. Don't let peer pressure get to you. Don't be a tartan.
This is what peer pressure does to you.
This is what peer pressure does to you, especially when you're sitting in the corner with nowhere to go. You're like, okay,
Just one drink. It'll just be one drink.
it will be just one drink.
That's how it starts.
Cheers, eh?
Cheers.
Cheers.
It's a cup. Still drinking their ale. He sips it down. Ah. So you all
Hey,
here?
Christoph,
Yeah, what's up?
does Crespo work for you guys, or is he hired directly by the church? I'm just kind of curious.
Oh.
He's the
Oh,
crypt
that's
keeper.
the crypt keeper. No, we work on getting them supplies. New equipment. Work on getting exchanged to the blacksmith in case he's repaired. We also kind of fork out. There needs to be some more crew being sent down there for new additions, material component. That kind of.
And he lets you guys in and out?
Oh, we don't go in. Are you talking about in the crypt?
Oh yeah, that's what you're talking about.
Oh no, we don't go. I don't go. No one from the commoners go. Crispa just. We talk about business. We order it and we get it sent there.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I misunderstood.
No, it's all right. Our business is a little bit strange. I think a lot of people I've talked to, they come here and they go, oh, why isn't that like the Lord's thing, the keep? Like, why do they have a whole office dedicated to it? But we're an old little relic. Keep on trucking. Little train. There was trains in this universe.
Wagon train. So we knew what you meant. Wagon train.
Wagon train.
Have you ever known anyone to get tours of the crypt? Was that like history buffs, archaeologists, things like that?
Yeah. I mean, the crypts are sometimes they're open. I mean, they're not. I wouldn't say they're locked all the time, but if there's like services being held, or if there's going to be something happening, generally they're just unlocked. I mean, crew come in, right? Family members come in for the service. It's just not really a locked place, but it's definitely not necessarily open to the public. Right? No one just gets to walk into the crypt.
All right, look, I gotta ask. I am a big scare fiend. I like to be scared, right? Are there any haunted stories of recent about the crypt or from the crypt, or I don't know, like things coming out of it that scare people? Like, are there any kind of stories like that going around about it?
No, I mean I haven't been here that long. I haven't really heard any stories like that. That sounds. You said you like to be scared?
I mean, look, we all have our thing, right?
So your thing is being frightened.
I mean, have you ever felt that adrenaline rush?
I mean, not for being scared like that, no.
There's not much else like it.
Wow. Darn, I'm getting to know your
Maybe-
friends here. Huh? That's
Maybe you should try it.
They are a very odd bunch. I apologize, Christoph.
it's
I like to jump off of buildings.
what? Like, you just jump off buildings.
Yeah.
That's what
You
do
don't?
for fun? I don't jump off buildings.
Oh, you should try it.
He's the one drinking water, by the way. Just want to point that out there.
Oh,
Give
you're not
or
even
take,
drinking.
like-
You're not even drinking ale.
Why would I drink ale?
Didn't you just? Could have swore you're the one who ordered it.
Oh, he was.
For these for my comrades here. But yeah, you should try to jump off a building sometime. 60, 70, 80 feet. It's not a big deal.
I
Okay.
mean, that would probably do two things. That would get you the building jumping and being scared.
Wow, that's food for thought. Jumping off the building, being scared. Looks towards you, Sir Dougal. I mean, do you got something? It sounds like everyone's got jumping off buildings, being frightened. Do you have something?
I was sucked through space and time and dumped into a continent I had never seen before. You should try that.
Yeah!
Suck through space. Where did you come from?
I have no idea.
Wait, you don't know where you came from? Like where you were before?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, I do know. I just don't want to tell you.
I think this is one of those cases where if he told you, he might have to kill you, and he's been trying to avoid doing that to people lately.
Can y'all stop threatening my friend? I have one friend in this entire city, and you guys are... Christoph, why don't I come find you later? I think that my friends are hazing you just a little bit.
Yeah,
Why that, Ares? We're not his friends. Asshole.
Yeah, I mean,
Listen, if you're hanging
Yeah.
out with this crowd, I got a bottle of good stuff. A little bit better than we drank before. It's at the Commoners Guild. Why don't we meet up there?
Yeah, I could do that. Maybe tomorrow? Are you off tomorrow? Got any
Well,
plans tomorrow?
no, I work tomorrow. We can come by tomorrow.
Okay, I'll swing by.
All right. I mean, I'll go there now if you want. Get away from me.
Unfortunately, I can't. We have a prior engagement.
What are you doing?
I think once again that falls in the category of if we tell you, we'll have to kill you.
Why do you have to be so hostile?
Fuck.
We're just
Trying.
history buffs, so you know the tree. All of this is new to us. Sir Dougal is new to the land, so we're just trying to learn some things. So we're doing some more research in town, and some guy that said that he knew somebody is gonna hook us up with some contacts. So we're just trying to
all right.
learn some history.
Cool. All right. Cool. Well, have fun learning it. And yeah. See you tomorrow.
Yeah,
We'll see you
I look
tomorrow,
forward
buddy.
to that. Good stuff.
All right,
you guys
all right.
aren't coming.
Yeah.
I think it was an open invite to the whole table.
Downs it, sits it down on the table, and just begins to walk off.
We have had very few positive and good interactions with people, and this is how you guys want to act?
I think we were pretty charming considering, you know, opening up and being honest, and like all three of us mentioned things about us that were pretty personal. I think we kind of invited him in.
Not everyone has monk training. They can't all jump off buildings and survive, okay? First off, let's just start there. You just told the dude to go jump off a building and kill himself.
I don't see anything wrong with that at all, actually. I mean, it's actually pretty exhilarating and scary.
I'm at a table with a bunch of crazy people. This must be how Nereus feels when I talk.
And with that, my job is complete, and I continue to eat for 3 more hours.
So we'll advance time at this point. I think that's very well due, considering that Darius has been upstairs.
Hey,
and
he's in his room by
the
himself.
conversation for
Having
this.
a bath, I think, yeah, probably.
I think so.
What are you doing, Will?
Long
Bath,
bath.
yeah.
The definition of a long bath. All right. So we'll go to this time clock. So you're just kind of chilling, drinking the ale here. right, make you roll anything or anything like that. And eventually kind of comes to time to start heading over towards the Mountside Tavern. Advance time clock just a little bit. And Nereus, are you heading down to go to the tavern with them, or are you?
I mean, 4 hours. He doesn't really want to, but he will, yeah.
Really want.
We'll go ahead and
Are we ready?
activate-
Yep.
Yeah, everyone ready?
Yep.
So, coming through the city, I mean, obviously, you're getting a little bit of a hustle bustle from the merchants' quarter, kind of dispensing as well as the trader district. The night beginning to fall, sun is beginning to set, the wind kind of howling. There's snow now, right, reaching outside of the holy district here. And you're having a cold kind of temperatures. You eventually come onto the block, walking down the street. You see the Mountside Tavern to your left, and you see the Stormy to your right.
Hey, does anyone remember what the guy that we're looking for looks like?
I don't know if we got a description, but his name is Crespa.
Wasn't it
And-
a dwarf? Herm or dwarf?
Dwarf. Yep. It was definitely a dwarf.
It looks like a lot of possible dwarves in here.
Do they look like they're short-staffed as well, or would it be easy enough to get somebody to come over?
Yeah, you have Jill. It's kind of sidestepping around, kind of sees you all come in, bundle down, and eventually makes way over to the table. It seems like everyone's pretty much served and drank at this point. There's rounds of ale being passed around, and pretty much up to the bar, fetch yourself type attitude at the stage. Jill eventually comes around, looks towards, small curtsy. Welcome. Hello. To the Mountainside Tavern. How may I help you?
Do you guys have like a vegetable platter?
We have vegetables that we can put
The
on a
quest for
platter.
the carrot.
Nah, I'm okay. I'll just take a water, please.
Water. All right.
I think we're all going to take water for now. However, we will pay you for your time in taking up the table.
Oh, all right. Well, that works for me. Oh, and another one. Hello.
Look to Nereus and see if he wants anything, because he's been upstairs. He didn't eat with us. So,
Water's fine.
Oh, all right. Blushes as she turns away from you. Nereus begins to walk back to the bar.
Oh, she's got a crush on Nereus.
Most people do.
That's fair.
I mean, last time we were in here, he did.
Here.
Last time we here, didn't Nereus win some kind of a fist fight or something?
I just punched out Wrangler again.
Probably famous in this bar for doing that. Just saying.
can I scan the room and see if somebody with the description of what we were told for the Crypt Keeper is
Roll
here yet?
perception. $13. Stretch around the room. You're able to see that there is a description that equated to that as you entered it. Currently blocked by your line of sight of the bathroom.
All right,
Ares,
so what's our... Oh, go ahead.
Ares, you're up, man.
No, I'm actually sitting down.
That's the crypt keeper right over there, I think. I'm gonna point.
In
You'll
the
begin to
bathroom?
hand out your waters. Sit down to your tables. A small curtsy. Here you are.
Hey, Joe.
Yes.
Would you mind introducing my friend Ares here to Crespa? I believe he's sitting at the bar, the dwarf.
Oh, Crespa? Sure thing.
Make sure to slide my chair in so Ares can stand up.
As I go by Tard, and I'll give him a little hip bump in the back of the chair to kind of make his chest hit the table like kids do when they walk by you. All right, so I'm looking to get introduced to Crespa.
Crespa? Slowly turns around. Oh, right. I'm here to introduce you to this person.
You can see in Ares' mind it's spinning here. Do I go with Ares? Do I go with Eris? What do I tell this guy? What's going on? And I will go over here and say, hello, my name is Eris. How are you, sir?
Eris, I'm good. My name's Crespa Elliott. Nice to meet you. Why are we meeting?
So,
So
look,
let's run this away. It walks by.
I heard you are the guy that knows a lot about the crypt around here.
Yeah, well, I'm the crypt keeper.
Oh man, that is such a relief that I finally found you. So look, can we go to a private table real quick? I can get you a beer to make up for your time, or an ale to make up for your time. But I don't want other people to hear this.
Oh. All right, well, buy me a drink. Let's go.
All right, I will 100% buy him a drink. I just need to know the cost.
Comes over.
And let's go. Is there a table over here? Nope, all the tables are full. Okay,
Here.
we'll go over here.
All right. Ordering the drink, Brendan Trelaw, the actual owner of the establishment, comes and gives you a drink. Sets it down, another ale. He's got two mugs, he's like turning it, almost like OCD, kind of aligning them.
Thank you.
Oh, what?
Thank you
For what?
for bringing us the ale. How much do I owe you?
Oh, no,
You
don't
can
worry
see
about
the
it.
Ares
Brendan
Ares
did
is
not-
like really uncomfortable.
Yeah, Brendan just set
just-
it down and walked away.
Okay, all right.
There's no coin asked for or exchanged.
All right, so look, I'm sorry to drag you away. I hope the ale makes up for it. I have a really weird request. I have this thing where I like to be put in situations where I'm really scared because there is nothing like that adrenaline rush.
Yeah, kind of steps away. I'm not into this.
No.
I don't know what kind of sick, twisted stuff you're into.
Just
Um,
stop and listen for a second, please. I just
so I
need. Fuck me. Not.
That's the opening that we're looking for right there.
I mean, this sounds like a scary situation right now. You have to roll.
I know, right?
back to
It sounds like
zero.
you're trying to murder this poor guy.
I'm gonna take my ale and go back to the bar. You do you, all right? Thanks for the ale.
Give me 1 second. Just
Yep.
1 second.
Yep. He's sidestepping and actually whispers to the table here. Guard just kind of whispers to them. Goes back to the bar counter. You see the guards slowly turning their heads around the counter, looking at you.
As I pass by here, do I notice the guards looking at me?
Turning from that table too after overhearing a conversation.
All right, I'm gonna come back to our table.
How'd it go, man?
Get the keys.
I think we have to kill him.
Whoa, whoa, whoa! Hey, whoa! Calm down. There are
Say no more. And I stand up.
Indigo. Sit your ass down.
See that there is a table right next to you full of guard. One of them turns the head.
They were kidding. They were kidding. I promise they were kidding.
Roll
Indigo,
deception.
if you'll sit down. Jesus Christ. So a 20.
Slowly turns and whispers to the one next to him. They both look at you and then look back to the drinks.
Okay, so I'll lean in closer this time. No, seriously.
No,
I
seriously.
think we're gonna have
We're
to.
not killing anybody.
I mean, look. He was a tough nut to crack. He didn't give in to any of my persuasive skills.
What
I don't-
persuasive skills? What
I-
did you say?
I mean, I did the best I could to lie. Like you told me to.
I never told you to lie.
Well, I'll look at Indigo.
Use
Somebody
the name.
told me to make up. Oh, I definitely used Eris. So he
Nice.
has no clue who I am.
Nice.
I stretched the truth a little bit. I
Not
stuck
bad.
with. I stuck with the I like to be scared part,
That's
and
good.
he freaked out and left. I think
Narius,
I think we're gonna have to kill him.
Narius, buddy, pal, amigo, who I know is tired of hearing this conversation. Can we go with Plan B, where you do the thing and I'm just gonna grab what we need?
Oh, you mean the plan where I was right all along?
Yes, that one.
You can give it a try.
All right, let's do that. Let's go talk to him together. You do your thing, and I'll. You guys sit.
In my ever wanting desire to learn how to do this type of stuff, I'm gonna sneak up to the bathroom corner
Bard's just going at it right now on the stairwell.
and I'm gonna peek over to see what Nereus and Tardan are doing over there.
I'm gonna slide over close to Dougal. Be like, "What's up, buddy?"
Before we
Carrots.
talk, go ahead.
No.
Okay. Before we talk to him, I would like to see if I can see any key rings on him.
Roll perception.
Please roll high.
You don't see any key rings on them.
Hey, Narius, we may have to do a little bit more talking than originally anticipated. Unless you see a key ring somewhere. I'm whispering to Narius.
I usually work alone. Hello, sir.
Hello. Oh, how can I help you?
You just look so lonely.
Oh, are you the person I'm... Wasn't given a name. Definitely wasn't that other one. I'm not used to this. My name is, Cresper. Seems we have a mutual friend. And, why don't I buy you a drink? He's looking into your eyes. Slowly begins to succumb as you're almost like whispering the song outwards, right? Kind of undertone of the bard's performance and trying to maybe go along with just looking. You're, the most beautiful thing I've ever seen.
Is he under the effects of it? Or is this just natural charm?
Seems as though there is twofold, that they were sent here potentially for a meetup in a romantic way, like an actual blind date that they've been
Oh,
sent
great.
for. And that
Wow.
you have put them into a hypnotic gaze, but even prior to that, they seem to be falling to your beauty as well as that. However, they are indeed charmed. It seems that they are succumbing to the effect that you're putting over them, enthralling them. They are incapacitated, visibly dazed, and they almost have a mouth that's almost trying to form like a kissing motion.
Well, he'll put one finger up to his lips. All in good time. And he'll kind of use his other arm to like slowly stroke the side, and then he's gonna basically try and get into his pockets to find some keys as he's briefly, like lightly talking to him, flirting, Doesn't matter what he's saying, but
Go ahead and make a investigation at advantage.
controlled.
Halt. $24. So Crespa actually has a false pocket on the inside of trousers near the actual back pocket. You're able to kind of funnel through and feel the keys and then slip in between the belt and the suspenders that they have and then pull the key ring outwards that's currently kind of tied onto a kind of a latch on the interior that's clipped on. And you kind of unclip it, take the key ring off, and slide it into your pockets. The key ring has a lot of keys on it. It's not just one key. There's, looks to be maybe 24 keys on it. Raw iron, different in shapes.
Okay, well, he'll pocket the key ring and he'll talk to him for a bit longer. Oh, God, he doesn't want to do this, but... Alright, he'll lean in and, like, ending the gaze, he'll brush his lips across his cheek. Like, as he's ending the gaze. I'll meet you upstairs in 5 minutes. And then he's gonna just walk off.
Isn't it upstairs here? As you walk off.
Oh. Wait, okay. There's not an upstairs?
No, so the tavern itself, because you've never actually, I don't think you've been like, you weren't staying here, but the tavern itself is more like a bar. It's a single story. There's no rooms here. And there's a history of why this is, but the inn is across the way. So if you were going to reference a room, right, you would be like, come across the way to the Stormy Inn. Right.
I'll meet you across the way in 5 minutes. Let me get a head start.
Oh, yes. Oh.
And he'll just glance over at the table and just hit it.
Blows you a kiss. Walk out.
I think that's our cue to follow.
Indigo, I don't know what went wrong, man.
Practice, man. Don't give up. Baby steps. Hey, you got the name right. You got the name right. Kind of went there. It'll be all right. We try again.
Okay. I guess
Gotcha.
we follow.
We follow.
Okay.
Oh, Tardan, can you go book a room for me there?
No.
Oh, are you not leaving? I thought you were gonna walk off.
No, he is telling Tardan to go book a room, like, so when he comes across, like, oh, he's waiting at this room.
So it's hard. You're saying no as you're like
No,
blocking window.
I'm not going to. No, I'm not going to go book the room for him. Is the no?
Well,
I'm just gonna follow Nereus.
Sir Dougal, can you go book the room, please?
You didn't give us any reason why.
Oh, I'm sorry, were you not paying attention to what was going on?
I'd be happy to.
In character, you got to tell us why. We were on the other side of the room.
I thought you were watching.
No, he left as soon as it got spicy.
Yeah, as soon as you started making kissy lips to each other, I was like, I'm out.
I may have told him I'd meet him here. If he could just book a room, it'll buy us more time.
Yeah, sure. Okay. We can go book a room.
All right, so Sir Dougal said yes. Garden, you said yes. Anyways, you go in. No need to roleplay. We come up to Strala, getting a room. Just a common room. Nothing too... Right, you don't want to spend the coin. It's really not going to be used. Or will it? Who knows? And as you pay for the room, get a key, right? You begin to leave. And remember, 5 minutes, you're kind of heading back, heading in the western direction, go to the block away, basically, where the rest of the party is kind of in the crowd of different horse traffic and wagons and things. You can see Crespa slowly coming out of the tavern to kind of adjust themselves. It just kind of jiggles a little bit. Begins to almost jaunt across the way to the Storvian. Okay, so you all kind of meet up here, block away on the western side of the Mountain Tavern Stormian, and you have keys.
We head to the crypt.
We know where the
To
crypt
the
is.
crypt. Yeah, we do.
Okay.
Who would he give these keys to? He doesn't want them. Ares, you look like someone that's good with his hands. Here.
I'm obviously not good with my tongue, so I left that one wide open for anybody. Nobody jumped on it. Huh?
Yeah, no one jumped on it. No one jumped on it. I was like, ooh, that's spicy.
We're nice.
Oh
We're
my
nice
God.
here. We're nice
What
here. We
is
don't
wrong
do that.
with
I-
us tonight?
I did get somebody to blush though. It looks like.
I just this whole entire session has been derailed for the last
All right.
hour and a half.
I will take the keys, and I'll ask Nereus at the same time. Do we know which one goes to the crypt?
I felt it was wise not to bring the keys or the crypt into our conversation. I'd rather not be implicated as a thief.
Hey, you know what? That's a very valid point. All right, let's go to the crypt.
Okay. Let's see here. That might take a while for you to load, just FYI. Yeah, stream view pinged over.
Oh man, look at all these headstones that can rise as undead.
Okay.
We have to read
Look at all
every
this XP.
headstone.
Yeah, it's
So-
a puzzle.
The crypt is the actual entrance to the crypt is kind of at the off center of the actual cemetery area. It is a massive, massive piece of the city. As far as the mileage is concerned, or the feet is concerned, you are looking, if you stretch from west to east, nearly a quarter mile of actual cemetery space. Most of it occupied by individuals that have been deceased. Now, you only have a 0.1 mile right from north to south, and there's multiple entrances into the cemetery. There's this wrought iron gate that kind of goes around and encompasses the cemetery, and it stands roughly 12 to 14 feet in height. It has intricate looking wrought iron spikes to it, right? And there's this accent of the gate and the fencing. Not necessarily anybody could climb it or scale it or get over the top of it, but just really to showcase and separate. And also has on the actual the gates themselves, in intermittent of the actual fencing, it has the crest of Paylor, and that sits over, and those two halves can kind of shut and then come together and clasp. And on the back side has something similar, and then maybe some actual chain with a padlock can be done to actually lock it. But again, nothing like that, even as late as it is now, coming to about 8 o'clock, given the conversation and everything that had kind of transpired there at the tower. It's open. And there's actually individuals in here. Many of them have lanterns right now, and they're kind of walking around the pathways of the brick stone that segment from the actual plots of land that have individuals buried in them. Tombstones there. You're centered around the central structure. So you begin to kind of move through the bricked roads and the pathways, and you're aimed to get to the actual entrance into the crypt, which is a central stone structure with this dark gray brick tiles. The structure stands about 20 feet and has entrances on every side. These major bricked roads, right, they're slightly wider than the pathways. They actually lead outward from it. And then the smaller paths kind of create the rows. And around the crypt itself, here, this entrance, there's a density that's not found in the far reaches outside, noting that individuals have buried here first prior to being buried there, right? Depending on how early, right? Now, ornately designed, smaller, kind of 10-foot tall mausoleums are built nearby the central stone structure. There's some actually shown on this particular map. And there are decorated with flowers and trinkets, right? So there's blooms of flowers and those sorts of things that have now kind of been broken down because it's cold. The wind is howling here, especially with how open this area is. And then inside, you'd imagine there could be like sarcophaguses or tapestries of color signifying maybe the noble family that was buried there and kind of owned the mausoleums. But regardless of that, if you have coin, if you have essentially nobility or a level, you'd be buried in the crypt, right? You would be inside of that. That's the premium spot, right? And so even though these mausoleums are nice and all, they definitely do not, you can almost imagine what could be the potential of being inside of the actual crypt itself. As you come onto the space, the darkness, the lanterns, these street lamps, almost the candles that are up and done. Many of them are now low and they need to be replenished. There are individuals walking around, some kneeling down to the snow and the rock. And there's a level of peace and serenity about yourselves. Not a lot of talking here. There's no crowds. It's almost like a little section of peace in the city for burial of their dead. Specifically those wanting to be close to the sentry. Thoughts?
So, I'm assuming we can see the crypt, or what we think is the crypt entrance is right in front of us, correct?
Yeah, there's only one structure in the entire cemetery, and it's if
right.
you were going to go into a crypt, it would be a building, right, that you would be going into. And so you're guided to the central area here because it has the actual structure. Coming upon the door, it's a stone.
Oh, sorry.
No, go for it. It's just to clarify, it's a stone and metal reinforced door, and this does have a lock to it.
So Ares is already nervous from his previous conversation, and now doing this, I would like to look at the lock and see if I can identify at least maybe like a shape key on the key ring that might fit the lock best.
All right, and you should roll a flat intelligence check.
Oh,
Darden,
flat
as I
intelligence.
said,
Huh?
could you make
Yeah.
him invisible so he can try the keys without looking like a common thief? Well, maybe not right in front of the crypt.
Ares, come here.
I'll move backwards. Yes, master.
Oh, no, my poor uncle that seems to be buried here. Would you kneel down by this crypt to pay your respects?
Sure,
This
Nereus,
poor
anything
uncle
for you.
would Be buried here.
Now go try the keys.
Okay. And you said a straight intelligence check.
Good intelligence check, yep. You find a key that seems to be slightly larger than the rest of them. It kind of stands out to you, and then looking up on the groove and then fitting it in now visible, you kind of get the key in. It seems to push into the actual lock underneath the kind of wrought iron reinforced circular handle that it has. And you begin to turn the key, and you hear a bolt kind of undo
You kind of feel the door a little bit, kind of pulling the handle and twisting and then pushing inwards, and it seems to go.
I will take a step inside. Oop. It's open.
Hey, so in all that book reading y'all did y'all happen to figure out where what's his name is buried?
I'll shut the door behind us before we all walk in. I'll be honest with you. The book that I had didn't even talk about who we're looking for.
The the collection of information available on him was censored.
So I guess that's a no. Nobody knows where this guy actually.
Well, I guess that's true. We do know that he was executed.
Are there steps leading deeper?
Who's the last to go in?
Who was the last to come in the door?
Yeah, was it Nereus?
It was an
I was first, so.
Nereus, when you entered in through the door, and you shut it, I feel like you heard a faint scream of
a scream of a woman.
a cemetery.
Ares, there was a woman potentially screaming outside. Can you make sure nothing's amiss since you're still or invisible or hopefully here?
Sure. I'll take a step out. Well, I'll open the door first and take a step out.
Taking a step out, you see some sort of creature. It's pulled itself from the actual ground. It seems to have bit into a figure next to a tombstone, biting it in, ripping claws. The creature is restrained. Looking right, you see two other figures, humanoids that are dead, towering, hulking figure, bluish, light skin, hunched down with large talons and a tongue and teeth. As you stretch, looking left and right, you see many punctures of the ground as claws begin to arise.
So I will. Oh boy, you said she's already been bit. All right, I'll turn to the inside first, and I will say, "Holy shit! You guys need to get out here now."
Welp.
And I will. Well, I don't know how it'll work, but I would like to go ahead and on the one to the left here, as I'm coming out facing, to go ahead and take a shot at the creature that's biting the lady.
Should roll initiative, please. Everyone as well.
Where is initiative at?
You can do it in your character sheet, or you can do it on utility.
Found it.
Yeah, you can do your character
Found it.
sheet or in utility. You should be able to see it.
Oh, what a great initiative roll.
Y'all thought I was crazy.
Nothing's changed, Tardan.
Oh, well, rip her.
Running on all fours comes a creature as you step out, Tardan, out of space, standing over the two holding figures to the east, freshly killed, covered in blood. It's dashing on all fours, running at its top speed as it comes, reaching out 40 feet. Its turn, dashed in. All fours, it's moving, rashing its large tongue in its mouth around, ending turn. This poor common folk gets bit. Lands a nat 20. Pulls apart the leg and then biting down the face, rips the head off, cleanly swallows it, turns its body around. Hisses and snaps its jaw, clicking its mouth open, begins to move its movement speed, headed for you. Moving on all fours. Surgical, you're up.
Bonus action rage.
Yep.
And we're gonna move and action dash. Let's move.
Gotcha.
Okay, thank you so much. Yeah, I'll finish to here. That's cool. That's it.
Alright, Nereus, you're up next.
Sorry there, because I can't see anything because this is the door. Alright, I'll move up there. This is just... Do we know what these are? Has anybody tried to identify them? I don't think
No
so.
one's, I don't think anybody's vocalized that they identified them or know what they are.
Can he try? I don't even... Are they...
You could either roll Arcana or Religion.
Sure, I'll roll Arcana to see if he knows what this is. I mean, some sort of undead. Seems pretty safe assumption, but... No, maybe not.
Well, of Arcana, it clearly is a humanoid bipedal. It's running on all fours. It's slightly enlarged, it seems, its musculature. Its skin, it's rotted, and flesh decayed, but it's reinvigorated. Its eyes, still humanoid, slightly low, tongue long, resembles to you, an undead.
Alright. Well, he will just blast some water at it.
.25 is going to hit 3 points of cold as
Yeah.
it does slices into its shoulder, kind of obliterates a chunk off of its decayed flesh. It still continues.
That's it.
All right, Ares, you are still invisible.
Yep. So I'm gonna move my 35 feet first, and then I'm gonna take the attack action on the guy in front of Dougal.
Okay.
And do I need to? I forgot we talked about it. Do I need to do the tell you magic arrow every time?
No. You don't need to tell me. I'm going to assume you're doing magic arrow until you tell me otherwise. And then the only thing you need to make sure is your sharpshooter, because you have sharpshooter you can activate. It's in your effects. Just needs to be highlighted red by clicking it, and then that gets activated. So -5 to your attack, plus your 10 to your damage.
Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and activate it, and I'm gonna obviously attack with a longbow.
Okay. That's going to come through with the advantage courtesy of your visibility. That's going to do 22 points of damage as you land. Arrow thunks into its head. Kind of gets hit and falls down. Seems to be dead.
Do I have a second? I will. That one is dead, so I'll target the second one. Same thing, sharpshooter, and longbow attack again.
Okay. No longer invisible, so it's going to be a standard roll coming at
Oh
you.
boy.
13 is going to hit. 24 points of damage. Thumps into its head as it does. Falls back down upon the ground.
You guys are welcome. Don't worry, I'm sure there's more. I would like to pick up my arrows as well when we get the opportunity.
Okay. End of your turn.
Yep, that is all.
Arden, you're up.
I'm gonna go over to this body, and I would like to investigate and see if I can figure out what it is.
As soon as you come over to that space, sitting over that spot, it seems like the ground is moving underneath you. In fact, you feel moving of earth all around you.
Oh. Hey guys, the Earth is moving. I think there's about to be a lot of these. And I will ready an action to cast Firebolt on anything that comes out of the ground, and that will be the end of my turn.
All right, Indigo, you're up.
Everything looks dead. Yeah, I kind of just walk out the door to get a better idea what's going on. I don't see anything, so I will I guess ready an attack action if something approaches me, because I can't hold movement. So that's all I'll do.
Okay. On ending your turn, coming to the second round. Ground, you need to erupt. As creatures begin to pull themselves out of the ground. They're ripping outwards from space. They come ripping out of the ground. They seem to all be coming out at once. Even underneath you, Tart. Reaching and trying to grab towards your legs. As you stretch, looking out throughout the rest of the cemetery, a similar thing is happening as all of the creatures are emerging. All of them. Without going any further, this is where we're going to go ahead and end the session.
Guys, look at all that XP.
That's exactly what I was thinking. We
Daenerys, how many fireballs you got?
we bottleneck him at the door.
I got like 18 arrows left, guys.
So I thought your comment of being, I'm going to go collect the arrows is like,
Oh boy.
I have arrows for you. Don't worry.
Google's raging. Like he's got it. That's a thunder wave dream right there.
Gather round.
Gather round. Time to talk about our Lord and Savior, Paylor, motherfucker.
so, as these creatures begin to emerge across the a quarter mile wide West East Cemetery, riddled hundreds of bodies. It's not good. So, I'm going to calculate some experience for you all as we end the session. And, yeah. See what we can come up. Is there any questions?
Nope, I just want to take a second to say that y'all looked at me like I was crazy when I said everyone was going to become undead. And, you know.
To be fair, these guys were already dead, and some of them for a long time.
Look, that's besides the point. I had the right concept in mind. Oh, I wonder what happens if I stab them with my stick.
Oh my god.
Oh my god, me.
I mean,
Look, my crazy ideas have a tendency of working somehow, so
till they don't.
until they don't, and then I have to roll a new character because Tartan's dead.
Damn.
That's definitely one way to look at it.
I mean, that's pretty much how Tartan plays. That's pretty much, you know. He thinks he's smarter than everyone, more charismatic than everyone. We done fucked up, Aaron.
We're good.
I mean, honestly, you guys should just retreat. They can't move past if you just block it, so they'll just pile up in front of the.
Yeah, I was
Trying.
thinking the same thing. We just run inside and close the door behind us.
Well, we don't close the door. We just have them come to us and just mow them down.
1, 2 at a time. Yeah.
So, calculate out to 1,370 experience each. Should put you at 25,929 experience total. Session today. Session was based on roleplay and then obviously information gathering, right? Going to the library and looking up those things. Even though it did not appease Nereus of what Nereus was looking for. And then, in addition, obviously the little bit of combat that we had here, and we'll be starting combat and with the horde of undead rising in the cemetery.
Told you we should go at night. All the good stuff happens. You always go to the cemetery or crypt at night.
All right. Well,
It's scary then, you know.
That's
you
what
said you
want.
wanted to be frightened. You were like, I wanted experience,
saying.
but I'm scared.
That's what I'm saying. It was a good call because it's more scary.
Oh, the sea. Bursting themselves out of the ground. I mean, this is probably what I would say frightening, right? You're looking for a thrill.
This is good. This is good.
This is good. Okay. If there's no more questions or anything, we'll go ahead and close up the stream. So, if you're watching, thanks so much. Really appreciate it. And joining us here, 5. And there's session 6.
Later, guys.
We'll be back in the next week. We'll see you again. So, thanks. Bye.
Later.
Bye.